Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the recovery addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
Got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their courtroom.
The fireworks are not done.
Now we're getting commentary on the case. Dahil mihianggoy ka po, he's verbal Latinos.
I swear, after 6 months of doing this every single day, I should be able to get the intro right. I should be able to do that, and apparently I'm not able to do that right now. If I'm covered in sweat and concrete dust, it's because during the break I was cutting concrete about 10 feet outside that window, and I just shut off the machine and went out. I looked at my watch and saw that I was late back to the live stream. So I do apologize. I'm sure I look awful. I'm sure I've got dust, white dust, powder all over me. Apologize for all that. We're back. We are back. Let's see. We have a couple things to take care of. First and foremost, though, Ivan Victor has won the internet this afternoon. Ivan, I'm sorry. I'm covered in concrete dust and concrete mud. Ivan, can you guys hear this? Do you hear the audio in the background? Here, let me fix it so you can hear. I'm going to change the processing. How about? Can you hear the concrete cutter now? Yes, you can hear it. Okay. Anyway, yeah. So we've got the boys out finishing up. Use your hair to cover your face. Patches. That is the best advice I've heard all day. Ivan, you have won the internet. Ivan did mention that this win is for Miss Rebel. Ivan's little mini pin, who unfortunately, due to a sudden onset of a tumor, had to cross the Rainbow Bridge earlier this week. Our thoughts are with Ivan and with him at this time. Thank you so much, Ivan. He has won the internet before, and Ivan is on the phone right now. Hold on, let's see. Hold on one second. Let me plug everything in. Okay, Ivan, in just a second, I should be able to hear you. Can you hear me?
I can, loud and clear. I just wanted to, as you said, I don't mean to interrupt your opening monologue or roll call, but I just wanted to dedicate my internet victory to Miss Rebel and to all the addicts who have wished me support and to the family support. It has been literally overwhelming for us, and I don't even want to imagine a reality where that wasn't the case. I don't know what I would have done without it. It has been a tough day today, boxing up all of Rebel's toys and her blankets and her dishes. It's almost amazing how much she had. I mean, I probably boxed up $1,000 worth of, like, it's almost crazy how much she was spoiled, and it's sort of staring me in the face as I do this therapeutically. As you know, and as Les has said, I do sound better today, even though it's been a rough day. Boxing up her things today has been sort of it's been sort of a weird thing, because, as you know, recovery addict, and some people in the chat know, Rebel wasn't just a dog for us. She was a support animal for our daughter, who passed away 5 years ago. And so it has been sort of a double whammy in a way. And so it has brought a lot of those old feelings up. And Dean, I see you. I'm going to get back to you. I know you want to paint Rebel. It would mean the world to us to have that. So I will get back to you. But just having, Rebel pass, like, she was the support animal for our beloved Scarlett that passed away as a child. And so it's been a double whammy. And I think that's part of why it's been so stressful and so difficult. But and the suddenness of it all. You know, we went on 2 walks that day, and she was perfectly fine. We grilled out. Her favorite thing to do, listening to me badly karaoke Kid Rock songs by the grill as I grill out.
I can picture this. I can picture that. Oh man.
That's literally, one of our favorite things to do. And so it was, and then 45 minutes later, I walk out and, she's in the state that I have, described, with foaming at the mouth and just seizing like a board. And like, it just made no sense. And, it's almost better, I guess, that it was a freak brain tumor, I guess, because I'd feel so much worse if she had gotten into something or she ingested something. I don't know how I would live with myself, I guess. Yeah. But I just want to thank everybody, and I don't want to take up all the time with me and my poor problems. Like, I get it. Like,
well, Ivan, before you say that, let me just say that's what this is about. This little community is a caring community. We are friends. Like a lot of us feel like we're family, and that's sort of what we've become over the time we've spent together. So as we can support you in any way, we're here for you 100%. You've been a huge support to the channel. Just being here, your insight, your commentary, just what you bring, your positive attitude, everything else. It's been phenomenal to spend this time with you, and I can't imagine what you're going through. But I know that that little dog lived the best life that little dog could possibly have with you as her owner / follower. But
yes. A Rebel walks me. I did not walk Rebel, and I have video evidence.
Ivan, thank you so much.
Anyway, you get back to what you do. Thank you again to the chat and everybody, and thank you to you, RA, because without you, none of this support would be possible, and I'll never be able to repay you for that, but just thank you very much, sir.
Ivan, anytime. As always, you got my number, day or night. Appreciate you, my friend.
All right, love you guys.
Thanks. Love you. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Thanks so much to Ivan. Ivan is the internet winner today in honor of his dog, little Miss Rebel. If you want to see Ivan's internet channel that features Miss Rebel, it was Miss Rebel's channel that Ivan was kind enough to manage for her. Then you can go to his page. His link to his page is on my channel page as well. Okay, I'm dripping sweat. I think I'm going to have to take a break just to make sure I'm not covered in concrete dust and looking awful on here. I'm sure I'm going to get screenshots of that. But this is, okay, we're coming back to court here in just a minute. We have 3 hours and 20 minutes of testimony that we're expecting in the interrogation video of Letecia Stauch, as she finally showed up at noon when her appointment was at 10 to the sheriff's office to talk about what was going on. This is a voluntary interrogation. She's not in custody during this time. She is Mirandized, as she's told. It's just, it's just a normal thing to do. But really, she is the prime suspect at this point. The interrogators are, I will tell you, are not buying what she is selling. They're not believing this at all, but they do need her to talk. So you'll see them acknowledge a lot of things and maybe be understanding of things that you would be like, that's just weird. They're keeping her talking. They're very good at this. They're very good at knowing how much they can push and how much they have to just be with her and support and nod and understand and just let her dig her own hole, which is what she's doing. The story is going to get very heavy as she's about to bring the whole SA allegations into this, including with her son. All of that's going to be on there, and you're going to see little bits of truth or bits of fact that are included in her story that help justify the crime scene that she knows will be discovered. So you're going to hear some of that worked into the story as well. But this is all new stuff. We have not heard it quite yet as far as the details. We know in summary what happened here, but for all of us outside the investigation, this is the first time we're hearing that. So we're going to do the full screen on the video again when it starts. This particular courtroom, they don't give us any warning, so the audio from the courtroom is just going to start, and we'll be there. So just be prepared for suddenly the judge's voice saying, "Okay, call the witness," or type thing. Ready for the jury? That's how it's going to start. We'll take the video as soon as it happens. Let's see. Have you seen the pics of her hands and the injuries to them? Yes, Missy, that was yesterday that information was shared on the live stream. Oh. That got me. That got me. That was from the Alex Murdaugh soundbite. Let's see. There may be some triggering discussions. I think, Amber, you had something in here I wanted to highlight that you had posted, and I think is very important to share as well. Let me find it right here. Be mindful that we do have people here in this chat room that to them it's more than a news story. To them, this is their neighborhood. These are people they knew. These are people, we've had people who have participated in the searches, who lived this nightmare from the outside in the very community where this occurred. So as we're setting out our ideas and talking about this case, just be mindful of them, and just if we have something that we might have a hard time expressing that could be taken wrong, let's think it over first and possibly not say it. Okay, I'm not saying I don't want you guys to talk. We do want to have your discussion, but just be mindful of the environment we're in right now and the people who are joining us, and out of respect for them, let's be extra kind, and just use that whole be nice guideline. We also have people who have experienced, although not this specific case with these specific individuals, have experienced very similar situations or experiences in life that have a lot of input and to offer on this and insight. Be mindful of people like that in chat as well. A lot of times when somebody shares something, they might be sharing something that's very deeply personal. And just so let's just be gentle with our responses to people. As always, we have a lot of people in chat. Let's just be kind. We can do this. Let's see. Mutt, I see you calling. I'm not sure if I'm going to have time to finish the call here. Let's see. Oops. I'm trying to accept, but let me send you. Need to go to Mutt. Can you hear me?
I can, yes.
All right, and I can hear you.
I didn't realize that the judge should come. Yep. I just wanted to say a really, really quick thank you to everybody who subscribed to me. I hit 200 today.
Sweet.
I know that's a small benchmark, but it's still a benchmark for me. And I just wanted to thank everybody in the chat that has subscribed, and to let them know that I am forever grateful.
Awesome. That is exciting, Mutt. I'm excited for you. This is it's a fun thing. I love this environment. I love this community. Watching true crime with people. I know your channel covers some of that as well as some other things as well. But it's all
right.
Watching with everyone is just awesome.
Right.
Best job ever.
Yep. I'm not gonna keep you because I know we're getting ready to go into the trial. But I really wanted to let everybody know that I was extremely grateful. So thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Mutt. Thanks for calling in.
Thank you.
We'll see you.
Right, bye-bye.
Bye. All right. Any moment now, we're going to expect the judge to come in, and we're going to basically pick up right where we left off. The witness on the stand is technically not on the stand. The witness that has introduced this information is the detective who conducted this interrogation. She's the person who is sitting closest to Letecia in the video and doing most of the questioning so far. And so she has authenticated the video. She's the one who introduced it. The judge has said you can go back and sit in the gallery because apparently the witness seat is the hot seat and it's very uncomfortable. So the judge has excused her from the stand just for a moment while this goes on. So she's going to be down there for the next 3 hours and 20 minutes as we get started. Still nothing yet from the court, but oops, I need to do direct cut like that. So we're expecting video any moment now. Audio's turned on. Let's see, reset that, go back here. I think we've got about two and a half, maybe 3 minutes before the court's like overdue back in. So we'll hold tight here for just a minute. Anything else we need to answer before we begin? We're back already, missing people. Yes, we are. Thanks for being here. Let's see. Matthew Harris says, Ivan, it's called closure. Boxing of items is difficult, but it's necessary because it symbolically reflects the closing of a chapter and moving on. We may move on, but we don't forget. Thank you, Matthew Harris. Appreciate all those who've said well wishes to Ivan as well. I'm going to mostly try to not talk during this video, and the sound effects, of course, will be off as usual, so we don't want to miss anything in the recording. But I'm not going to talk because we've got that concrete saw going right outside my window, and it's you guys don't need to hear that like that. I'm sure you can hear that going on right now. So as soon as court begins, we'll be able to get rid of that sound entirely. Let's see. Okay, Mike Barger says, being from the area of this case, it truly hits home. What is your opinion on why they drug out the arrest for so long? I know Gannon being found was key, but after a while, why wait? Mike, unfortunately, we've heard a little bit from this of the testimony before the video started, but all these stories she told had to be investigated. The police didn't believe her, but they had to chase all these leads. They had to invest time. They had to invest resources, chasing down every single crazy idea she came up with as to what had happened. And so I think truly that it was her lies that caused the investigation to go as slowly as it did, as they had to piece together and just figure out what was true and what wasn't. Brittany, the little rebel, Miss Rebel, had a brain tumor. Very rapid onset as far as symptoms went. It takes a lot, but here I am chopping onions. Red Pen, my eyes have gotten a little sweaty at several times today as well. It's all right. This is a place where that sort of comes with the territory, I think. Okay. All right. Just making sure. Rebel's only 5 years old. I think they had Rebel for 5 years. I don't know if she was any older than that. I'm not sure if they got her as a puppy or not. I can see there are a couple comments in here about beliefs of what might have happened that in the last few hours or days of Gannon's life. There are some things that make sense based on the evidence we've seen. And unfortunately, they make sense based on what we know about Letecia, but they're painful. I don't know how to talk about them, honestly. They're so awful. Even just talking about it and verbalizing that someone could do that to another human being, let alone their child, is I don't know how to progress in the conversation that way and talk about it. I keep muting this because I know how bad the sound is out there. This interview has reminded me of Chris Watts being interrogated by Tammy Lee. Loved talking about himself, gave too many details. We are seeing that. You're seeing the patterns in her behavior as she talks about things. She has contradicted herself so many times already in this interview. Yes, and oh, here we go. Let's see what we got here. I think they've got a hot mic first.
Oh, that's nice.
Looks like the turn tomorrow's remote.
Yes.
So there's not going to be anybody here except me. So they can make everything here if they want.
We have a hot mic.
I love the answer the right way.
All right. Court will call 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury is not present in the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time? Prosecution?
No, Your Honor.
Defense?
No, sir.
Okay, let's go ahead and bring the jury in.
All right, the jury is on the way in. I've turned the sounds off for the duration. When we have a break, we'll turn the sound effects back on. Let's see. I can barely hear your background noise. It's not bothersome. Allie, I can barely hear myself over the background noise. That just means that whatever hardware is running the audio is doing a good job cutting it out. Love this detective. She shows emotions to get Ellis to open up to her. Yes, and they did a great job getting her on the same page, getting her comfortable, getting her talking. It was good. Let's see. The sound, the outside sound, it will be better. I'm going to mute my mic during this. Thank you, Amber, for the pinned message, as usual. I'm going to go ahead and pin that. So the witness is not really on the stand. Jessica Bethel, Detective Bethel. She's sitting in the gallery, but the videos can be played as soon as the jury's here. Let me bring up.
All rise for the jury, please.
We'll have a close-up. I'm not going to have the Letecia cam running. I mean, I can show you right now what she looks like, but... Okay, this is... I don't know why that keeps going off. Letecia is working on her ear right now. Probably looks like earplugs are going in. Homemade ones. Okay.
Thank you. May all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury had returned to the courtroom. When we took our break, we were in the midst of a video. I think we're going to start it right at that same point. Prosecution.
It's going to take just a minute to get the video pulled up with the zoomed in camera.
We're going to leave out. I think I told you guys it was like maybe 10:35 or whatever the time frame we left. So this is where I should have like made this mistake. So I drive to the, okay, so Larson Ranch, at the end of Larson Ranch is a bunch of new builds, like construction, things like that. I drive to the new builds. I was going to be like, hey, look, somebody here knows how to, fix it. Because if I get online and start calling people, then they'll be like, make an appointment. I figure I might find somebody that, would do like a little side job and come and help us fix when I say carpet, I'm talking about fix the living room, the spot that I had cut out or whatever. So I did. I pulled up on the back part. There were some new houses being built, and there were some like Hispanic, and I'm not saying that to be like discriminatory. They were Hispanic people that were out there, and I was like, hey, do you know where you can get the carpet that is in the Larson Ranch model home? So I told him the model home, which was the same home that we had. I mean, I don't know if it's the model home, but I gave him the name because I asked, like, I looked online for the company for the name. And I said, it's in this. He's like, everybody has that same carpet. Mm-hmm. Yes. So we got a roll of the carpet.
Where'd you get that from?
We got it from the guy on the scene. Like, I say the guy on the scene, but like the construction area. So we got the carpet from the guy in the construction area. Well, I didn't get it then. He said he was going to bring it to me. So I gave him the address. And this is where I messed up. I gave him, and this is why I couldn't tell you this in front of Albert, I gave him our code to get in. If he was going to go fix it. And I just assumed working in the house, he was going to be okay, whatever. And me and Gannon left. I just said, hey,
Did you give him the garage door code?
Yeah.
And what about the alarm?
Well, if you go in through, say, like you're walking in through our house, there's no sensor, so we always keep it on our alarm, and you can walk in through the garage and the alarm will never set off or off. Never. Okay. And the reason for that is, like, there's no door. Like, there's nothing that tells that door that it's open. You can send.
So you don't have a sensor there.
Right. So we just always, and the kids come in every day in the garage and never have to, like, set, reset, anything like that.
Okay.
So me and Gannon go on. I don't remember exactly where we went first. I know we rode a little bit because I was looking for different places to buy the dogs some like different cute outfits because sometimes I get them at Ross. But Petco has some really good deals going on right now. So I was like, I'm going to go to Petco. Gannon was like, at that point, it was like he wanted to lay down because his stomach was hurting. He wasn't complaining about like any like pain on his arms or anything like that. He just said he wanted to lay down because his stomach was hurting. So we were in Albert's truck. So we lay down. He laid down in the back of the truck. So he's just laying down, whatever. I went to Petco. I can't remember if I went in the store beside Petco. I know we went some places around town, just different locations.
What places did you go to?
I know I went to Petco. I know I went to a gas station to get gas.
Which Petco did you go to?
The one at, is it Nevada and something?
Okay.
I don't really
remember. Like
it's nice. It's a nice area. That's the area I basically was in for. I wasn't gone that long for most of the time frame. That was the area that I was in. And then I made the wrong, when you're coming back and it tells you go this way, I made the wrong exit. Like I got in the wrong one. So I went back. I guess that would be, I went north a little bit before I turned around to come back because I made the wrong one. So I get back and let's see, did we go eat at that time? Look, I didn't get anything to eat. Maybe I just got Starbucks. I could look at my credit card or something like that. See if you want to look and see what I spent that day. You want me to look?
No, eventually, yes.
Okay,
that would be helpful.
Okay, so I remember what happened. Then I realized I had to go back to Petco. That's why we turned around and came back because I started off. I bought 2 outfits, maybe 1 or 2, and then I came back in Petco, and I got the rest of the outfits that were on there because I was like, I'll go 2 more for this price. So I did go back to Petco twice. So I'm sure you'll see that.
In between, did you guys did you go?
Let's see, if we left at 10 something, it's like a 30-minute drive from Lorson Ranch.
Mm-hmm.
So if I got there, got gas, got Starbucks, maybe I was there at 11-ish. I don't want to say a time. Because,
So you go to Petco the first time, and then how long in between the first visit and the second visit to Petco?
Can I give you that, like, looking up?
A guesstimate or
maybe an hour?
Maybe an hour? Do you have, like, any tracker apps or anything on your phone? Because I know, like, for me, I have that Life 360, and it'll tell me.
Want me to show you what we think? Okay.
It'll tell me, what my short trips are. It'll even tell me if I walked somewhere. It's freaking awesome.
Okay.
Yeah, I just get tracked by Google. I have Android phone, so it just tells me. My family likes to know where I'm at, so.
Well, I do that to Harley because, Harley, was the only child, and then her father was killed. So it's always like she and I, and like she was like really all I had until I got remarried or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So I kind of like do maybe a little over board of stalking.
Hey, you know what? I
do that right now. I'm like, all right, let's see.
Do you have the one with the subscription? I'm like trying to figure out if I have to get that or not.
I don't. She always does something about purchasing it. Mm-hmm. She said it would tell if
like
you
like crash detection.
Right, that's what she was saying.
Yeah.
And she was saying that it was kind of like how the Apple Watch would do if you had a crash detection. It would alert authorities. So say, okay, this is, I don't know if this is like a service thing, but it's on. I would say, I would say hour-ish because I'm a very indecisive person when it comes to like shopping. So I had to go back to make my mind up. I can leave right here, but it's loading. I think maybe.
Can I see it? Maybe it'll give me better reception.
Yeah.
Oh shoot. Give a password or something. I can put it in.
No, I could do my finger.
Okay.
That was a little.
Sometimes this corner, if you hold it up high, it'll. Because I know people watching, I want them to have my passcode in, and they'll know our code for a lot of stuff. All right, here we go. Is it working? No. Oh, that corner is like typically the sweet corner.
Hold it up here?
Yeah. We can set it down here. Let's see if it keeps going. Okay. Okay, so you make the second trip to go back and buy more outfits.
Mm-hmm.
And then where do you go from there? Is Gannon still telling you that he wants to like lay down? How's he doing?
Something happened. There you go. Yeah, I told you this was a sweet corner. It says purchase could not be completed. I didn't purchase anything. The purchase cannot be completed.
Huh.
What does that mean?
I have no idea. I've never had that pop open before. The purchase could not be completed. Please try again later. Well, I mean, we tried. I guess it says to access signal, so.
Did you see how fast she dived for her phone?
How long have you guys had that app?
Oh, God. Since I started driving for a long time.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe a long time.
Because I want to say, like, it's never had me do a purchase.
It just says. It didn't even ask me to put anything. Purchase did not be completed.
That's bizarre. That is bizarre. You didn't hit anything. I didn't hit anything. Okay. So you go back to Petco the second time. Does Gannon, these places that
Sorry, I was going to say, it says crash detection disabled. Does that mean I don't have the...
Yours looks different than mine does. And you don't have a subscription?
Mm-mm. Like, it gives me, but it sends me all the alerts, like, it says, like, Carly arrived home.
Well, yeah, I mean, I get those too.
Yeah.
If you have certain places set, like
no,
work
I get
or home.
Yeah, well, I get the work at home, but it'll say completed a 4-mile drive, completed a 15 hours.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
I think we might have different versions because I had Android. So anyway, that's neither here nor there. So when you and Gannon are out running around to these places and you know, getting your gas and your coffee and Petco a couple times, and does he go into the stores with you?
No,
or?
but I parked, and I know you're gonna see this, so I'm gonna say that I parked on the front, and like I don't know if you'll probably if you see the Petco cameras. I'm in the store. Can I show you? Sure. I'm in the store a lot of times walking back to the front door doing this. And my point of doing that is because I was making sure that I didn't see him, like, you know, if he needed something or like eating out or whatever. And he stays in the car. Like, I really stay in the car all the time with like, if like Lena's in the car, and he'll be like, it's okay, stay here, buddy, we'll be right back. Didn't think anything of it because he had his Switch with him and he was playing his Switch.
Did he know what store you were in?
Yeah, Petco.
So like if he needed you or whatever else.
But and I did keep walking to the door several times, and I'm pretty sure I did it on the second visit too, walking back to the door just to make sure. You know, like if he was like, oh, you know, sure, if I need you or whatever. Sure. So yeah, you can see that on there. So do you need to know like what I did in there, or
so you're just in there shopping, and then
it wasn't even a long shop. Like,
okay.
Like it wasn't.
And then you come back out, and then where do you go?
So I know we were right in that area, like different places, but I don't think I stopped anywhere else specific to get anything other than Starbucks. I made a wrong turn, and then the 2 times at Petco, and I was looking for Marshalls, but
after the second time at Petco, did you go anywhere?
I think after that Petco is when we started to head home.
Okay, so you go home,
and I want to give you like an accurate of that if I pull this up, because I feel like right after Petco we went home. I don't want you
to try and bring it up.
Yeah, I don't want you to think that I missed a stop or something. And I will tell you, on the way there, we did stop and get gas somewhere.
Okay.
I can't remember if it was on the way there or way home.
Do you remember what station?
But we did stop and get gas.
7-Eleven.
Here,
come and go.
If you gotta go,
I hate to do this. Yeah, I need to run out. I'm gonna come back. Okay. It shouldn't take me very long, hopefully. But please continue talking with Detective Houston, and then whenever I get done with that, I'm gonna come back in and we'll get back on again. Okay.
Yeah, I'm trying to pull this.
They're chasing leads right now based on the stories she's given her already.
Sure.
I don't know if Gannon's body had been dropped
being
at this
slow
point yet.
Is it my phone?
I don't. You can try that corner again. It might. The floor is a little weird. So after you guys left Petco, so did you buy something there that time, or
the second time? Yes.
Okay.
And I know she kept asking me about what was Gannon doing, what was he, whatever, blah 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 blah. So I'm gonna say this about getting back.
Okay.
So everyone has been about this whole thing about camera footage and this happened because we didn't see this or didn't see this. So I'm very sorry.
What do you mean, everyone?
So like my whole family is being harassed. My mom is being threatened to be killed. My daughter is being stalked. It took me a while to get here because I had to put some safety measures in for her own well-being.
Okay.
And my family from back home is being threatened. People are saying they're sending people after them.
Okay.
All those things. So, you know, there's always a world of people making situations and saying, let's be a good person, but then threaten someone else.
Okay.
And so being aware of that's what was going on. So in between all that and all these people were sending me like messages that people were saying and blah, blah, blah. I didn't respond to any of them. During all that, there was something along the lines of someone checked neighbors 2 doors down or something, camera footage, and never saw anyone do this or that. Like, I don't know, like specifics. But my point behind telling you that is, if this is what you guys, and I'm not saying this is what you're basing stuff on, if this is what you're basing stuff on, is like in this day and age, timeline, security, things like that, you will see on somebody's security, Gannon and I run to the car at 10 some that morning and we're returning at 2 something.
Okay.
So I remember specifically in the truck, I pulled it right in front of the ring. And
More rings?
Yes, but we don't have a subscription.
Okay.
But according to these neighbors who can see all the way to the truck every day, they should be able to show you during those time frames that we run in, we run out, he runs back in, or whatever.
Okay.
And then
so you leave around 10 something, and then you get back around 2 something.
I feel like it was like 2:35, 2:25, 2 something.
Okay.
Because I knew I had to be back in time to do a couple things, and then I knew Lane would be coming there. I knew Harley would be getting off work, yada, yada, yada. So that was the whole thing. So going on from there, Gannon goes inside, I think first. I don't want to misquote myself, but I'm pretty sure he ran in first. And I had the bag for Petco and all that stuff in my hand. Now,
Which store did you guys use?
We always go in through the garage if we like park like on the front part of the yard or things like that. Sure. So we go in through the garage.
Okay.
He goes in through the garage. I go in. I'm getting ready to put up the things, stuff like that. And this is where it got. I made a mistake. This is it.
Okay.
So as we got inside, I heard something, but I didn't think anything about it because I thought, maybe Gannon was like doing something. Maybe we were like doing whatever.
Mm-hmm.
The guy was in there. And I gave him the code.
The guy from the...
Yeah, it's all my fault. I gave him a code to fix the carpet. And he was inside. I noticed when I had like walked in and I saw we have like a little bookshelf thingy. I keep my shades in there too, but we also have like our guns and stuff. I saw it was open, but in my mind I thought maybe I left my shades or whatever.
Your sunglasses?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I didn't think anything of it when I heard the noise, and I just started walking downstairs. But I didn't walk downstairs with like a gun or anything like that. So I started walking downstairs, and then when I walked downstairs, I hear something again. Well, at that point in time, Gannon was on the sofa, and I saw him, and I heard something again, and I walked on around to where so Gannon's room is here, and there's a storage closet here.
Okay.
And I heard something, and so I walked through the storage closet to open the storage closet, and when I do, it's him. And he was standing in there, and he had on gloves.
In the storage closet?
Yes.
Okay.
He had on gloves.
Okay.
Okay. And then he just knocked me down and like towards Gannon's room. And he was hitting on me, and it was like hard, like on the ground. Okay. He was trying to like rape me, and I just like told her. I said, I have to tell you about it.
Okay.
And like from there on was like in a blur because I was trying so hard because Gannon had a table in his room, and I went back and hit my head on it. Like with him, Gannon runs inside the room and like tries to like be helpful, do something, whatever. And from there, it was kind of like a blur. Everything else that was going on because I was just like crying, and I was freaking out, and I swear to God, I don't know what. I really don't know. I had something in there. I don't.
Okay.
I don't. And I'm just like in the moment thinking. Like memories of like, wow, like the thing was open, he had the gun, and I didn't remember what happened there, and so I kind of like blacked out just a little bit, and so all these things are going through my mind as I'm blacked out. I don't know if I know he was like when Gannon was like trying to get on him. I know he was like moving Gannon, and and it was just all like so like a cycle to me, and so I'm like out of it for a little bit, just for a little bit. And then from when the time I woke up, but like I kind of like that a little bit, and I immediately like freaked out. I was like, I couldn't find Gannon. It was like the guy was still in the house. Lena was on the way. I didn't know where Gannon was at because I was calling for Gannon. I thought he was hiding. Like I legit thought he was hiding in like maybe the other closet that was on the other side. The other, whatever. I thought he was hiding. Like, I was so scared. So I run up the stairs because I hear, I know it's like almost time for Lena, and I hear that the Ring app had like an alert for someone at the front door, but it could have been just like Amazon or something driving by because there was nobody at the front door. And then I run back downstairs because in my mind I was like thinking, where's Gannon? And I didn't want to leave and like run outside and scream and, you know, go crazy because I did not know where he was at the time. And everybody says to me, you know, like, because I told Albert and them about it. And they're like, why didn't you like run to go get help? And I didn't want to leave to go get help. And I was terrified because I know Albert would kill me because Gannon was still in there.
Mm-hmm.
So then when I get downstairs, he has the gun and he has Gannon. And I'm sitting there like freaking out, like, okay, what do you want me to do? Blah, blah, blah. And Lena does make it to the door at this time.
Mm-hmm.
And then so I go upstairs because I know that he was like, don't say anything, because I didn't know if someone thought like he was a cop or, you know, if someone heard something, or I didn't know anything. So my thought process was, if I say anything, Gannon's down here, you know, I need to just be as cool as possible at like, because we order things on Amazon like all the time, you know, books and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
So it was Lena. So the reason I sent Lena away was because I wanted her to be safe too. So I sent Lena on a mission to go get like the mail. Lena, it never gets the mail. Nothing like that. I sent her on a mission to go get the mail.
Okay.
And so I just started making up random things for Lena to go do. And I looked at Lena and I said, she was standing there, I was like, just stay gone for a little while. Because I didn't want her coming back and then that, you know, like her in the situation as we were too. So like in my mind, I think if I say anything, if I do anything, I just didn't know what to do. I was in complete panic. So I go back downstairs again and I'm like pleading and like talking and like all these things going on.
Mm-hmm.
Like just back and forth with him. And why are you doing this? Why did you hurt us? Why are you doing these things? Mm-hmm. And then it just started being like a hustle and puzzle, like back and forth. I don't even remember how it kept going for, you know, like maybe I say 5 or 10 minutes, but I don't know if it was that long. And then he was like on top of me again. And then I kind of lied out again because he hit my head again.
Oh, really?
And then I was on the table that was inside, like in between the red blue table in there.
Okay.
He like, forced me in there again, and he was trying to do it again. And I was just like losing my mind, like completely. Like Albert's sister was raped. Mm-hmm. And so like in my mind I kept thinking Albert's gonna be like I'm nothing, and I shouldn't have been thinking about that. I should have been, but I was, and that was all I could keep thinking about, you know, like was like Albert was gonna be upset, Gannon's over here, Lena's coming, and all these emotions are running through there. Mm-hmm. And he was like, he asked me to give him a suitcase, and I gave him a brown suitcase, and then he hit me on the head again, and I was like, right here. He kept like hitting me right there like that.
Okay.
And so then he did that, and then I blacked out again. I was having a panic attack. And then I don't know what happened from there. I really don't. I don't know. I just know that I did lie. I did. When they came, I did say, get a lift, whatever. You know that.
Okay.
But he never did. He never left to go play. Or I just didn't know what to do, and I panicked in the moment. And I didn't want Albert to be like trying to hurt us, because we kind of get in a lot of fights.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And I just want you to know that was the only reason that I made up the lie, is because I knew that I didn't want to face the consequences of, you know, trying to explain to him all that was going on, because he was saying to me, you're trying to make this about you. You know, this is not about you. And I knew all those things because I've lived in it. So I panicked, and I just told a story, and I was going to try to think of, like, you know, plan. And I'm sorry that it might have delayed, you know, like looking for Gannon, but I do not know where Gannon was. I do not know. I do not know his whereabouts from that point on. But it was still in the same time frame that I gave you guys. So there was no contradictory to that same time frame, because it still was about 4 o'clock.
Okay, so go over the time frame with me. What was the time frame?
It had to be around like 4.
Okay.
Because Harley gets off at 4:30.
Okay.
And so Harley had just gotten home, or no, was on her way home or something, and my phone was like alerting. I knew Harley was on her way home, and I was going to tell Harley when she got there. I was going to be like, look, this is what happened. We need to get help. We need to call 911. And all I kept thinking about was, it's going to be my fault. Because I gave him the code. He brought the carpet. He did all that.
Okay.
And
did he fix it?
No, I had already cut it.
Oh, okay.
He brought the big roll of carpet. It's at the house. He brought
it is?
Yeah.
Okay.
And
where's that at the house?
it's in the back storage room.
Okay. Is that the one that he was hiding in? Is that the storage room that he was in?
Yes.
Whenever you went down there?
Yes, I put the carpet back in the storage room. The reason I put the carpet back in there because it was laying so the storage room was right here. It had fallen over at some point when all this was going on. So I picked it up and put it back on the thing. I rolled it up.
Oh.
It wasn't all the way rolled out, but it was somewhat rolled out through the commotion, and I rolled it back up and put it on the inside.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you doing okay?
Yeah.
Okay. So the time frame is that 4 o'clock is whenever.
I don't want to tell you exactly 4. I don't like saying that because
about 4 o'clock was whenever. Yeah. We can say about.
Okay.
Okay. And then what happened after that?
So
did Lane come home? Or?
Yeah, Lane is still out and about. Harley's home. Comes home or whatever. I'm pacing the house trying to think of a plan of what do I do, and I should have immediately gotten on the phone, did whatever. But all I kept thinking about was it's all my fault. It's my fault because I was going to say to me, you gave some stranger access to our home. This is all on you. And in my mind, I thought I could fix it. In my mind, I thought I could fix this. And I don't know why I thought that. That was horrible decision making problem. But it also was in a very emotional state that in normal situations, people can say all they want. I will call, I would do this, I would do this. But if you're not in a situation, everybody handles things differently.
Sure.
And I was making an irrational decision in a panic situation when I should have immediately, being an educator, being all these things, it should have been one of those things where it was immediate, know how to answer. And you might think, this girl's going to want to be a flight attendant. She's got to be able to think fast. It was not that easy in the moment because my mind was in so many directions that I could fix it. I literally thought I was going to fix it.
Sure.
And that was where it went from there. So I was going to tell Harley. I didn't tell Harley. I paced around the situation and was thinking, okay, if I don't have any kind of information, if I don't have a plan in my brain by a certain time, that's when I'm going to call authority.
Okay.
And so that's how.
So you had predetermined a time that you were going to call if you hadn't figured it out?
I didn't come up with a specific time, but in my brain I kept saying, okay, I got to act soon. But I knew that, I'm thinking by 6:30, I need to make a good decision because what am I going to tell the girls? Because they're going to be where's Gannon? Because we were going to all go eat sushi. So that was where that time frame would have been what am I supposed to do? Go get in the car and be Gannon's not going with us. I couldn't keep going on and on with the irrational decision of not calling 911.
Okay.
And I had to stop the decision.
So what happened? So tell me what happened as it went on.
So I called 911.
Okay.
And they said, hey, sorry, this is not an emergency. You have to call this other line.
Okay.
So I called the other line, and it was a 4-hour wait for them to get there.
Okay.
So 4 hours later, they came. I'm still in a panic set. I'm these people are, nothing I say is going to solve this situation. So I did say that, can't live at this time. Again, I admitted it's a very rational decision because it could have been more helpful to be honest and say, this is the description, here's who we're looking for, instead of the situation being he was gone.
Mm-hmm.
And that was horrible. I should have done that because I panicked.
Okay.
I need to make a decision.
Okay.
And so from then on, that's when you guys came. They came through, asked me questions. They searched the house, every room, flashlight, whatever. They went outside in the garage. They searched my car, blah, 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 blah.
Okay. And was Harley there at this time?
When they did the searches?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Because it took 4 hours. So it was later in the night that this had happened.
Okay. So when you say they searched your car, which car did they search?
The car, my car, the black car.
The black car?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so there was a deputy, there was 6 or 7. And then one of those deputies that responded to the scene He came around with a flashlight, and he like searched like everything up and down every room. Would ask me questions like, "Would this wallet be here? Would this be here? You know, like, would this be here? Would this be here?"
Sure, trying to figure out what's normal, what's not normal.
And I put everything back in order. Like, like I told you, I moved the carpet. You know, I fixed the situation because I was being stupid, and I should have told them what had really happened.
Okay.
And so he went through everything. He went through the outside. He went through the car. He went through the trunk. He went through everything.
Like he actually got into the car?
He wanted my ID.
Okay.
And he asked me. He said, "Do you mind if I look around?" He
Sure.
goes in the garage. He opened my car. In fact, he left my car to open because the next morning the back door was open.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So he went in the car doors. I mean, I'm sure you guys have a record of who was in there. But he opened the car, opened up the trunk. He looked through the bags that were in the truck. He looked through everything in the garage, the bags, whatever were here. Came back in. He did the same thing, and you know, like in different parts.
So he's trying to be like really thorough.
Yeah, like trying to be really, really thorough. He was going through every part of the house.
Okay.
And he asked me, "Is anything missing?" And it was the truth. There was nothing missing because I did take the gun that he had. I did put the gun back.
Okay.
So.
Okay. Okay. So, was there anything else that happened on Monday? Like, did you talk to Harley about it, or
about what I told you?
Mm-hmm.
No, I told them the first situation.
Like what you told our dispatch?
Right.
That, and that was that Gannon went to go play at a friend's house?
Right.
And do you remember the friend's house name? Or?
I never gave anyone a name or anything at all.
Okay.
And also, too, like, I didn't want to leave out any key points or whatever.
Sure.
I had my headphones on because when I was like upstairs when it all started, I had my headphones on, so my headphones were still on through the whole scene. So that's why if you ask me like where, like, did you hear any noises? Did you hear anyone leaving? Did you hear the alarm go back off? I had my headphones still on. They were still on my head.
When you came inside the house?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, like I had my headphones still on when I came inside the house. Like not coming in the house with them, but like in the house. When I went downstairs, I still had my headphones on.
Okay.
Yeah, like I did like this.
Okay, so help me understand.
Yeah.
So when you came into the house, you didn't have them on, but then you had them on when you went downstairs?
Yeah, because I came in doing like a normal, I would get ready to listen to music, I was going to work out thing.
Oh, okay.
So I like, you know, you like move them back and forth.
What kind do you have?
Like I have Beats audio.
Like the ones that go over or like they come in?
Yeah, the ones that like they kind of like smash your head in or whatever. Yeah. So I always have to I always have to,
on your head.
I always have to like move them, you know, like back and forth and stuff like that.
Okay.
Yeah. And that's what I was doing, like moving them when I was like, do I hear something? You know, because it's kind of like I heard something, but I wasn't sure that I heard something at all. And that's when I started going downstairs.
Okay. And are they like noise canceling or anything like that, or ambient sound, or do they just do like play regular music?
I mean, I think they would be noise canceling, right? Because that would be.
I don't know. I think you can get them either way.
That would be Beats. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think you can get them either way.
Yeah.
So I didn't know if you knew.
Yeah, I don't know. We have two different pairs, and the one we have two different, and I know one of them is like the push, you know, like push in kind or whatever, and the other one doesn't push in as much, and I have the ones that like. So that might.
Do you have two different pairs?
No, Albert, I'm saying like we have two.
As a family.
Yeah.
Okay. So which ones were you wearing?
Mine.
Okay, which color are those?
I feel like they're like a gold or maybe like a matte gold or.
Okay. And what color are Albert's?
Black and red, I think.
Okay.
I think.
Okay. We just want to make sure that, you know, like if we see them or whatever again, then we know which ones are yours, which ones are his. So that it's like, you know, if you said that that your head got hit and stuff like that, and we'll go back to that a little bit, but maybe if he like touched them or something like that, then we want to make sure that we get the right ones.
Right.
Okay. So was there anything else that happened Monday, like after the deputies left or anything like that?
No. So I went out to my car that morning because I knew that Albert was going to fly in or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And so normal, like routine, you know, like I got up, whatever. I got in my car and I realized that the guy had left the back door open. And then so I was like, oh, my car might not crank. And I, drive out and I drive down the street because I was going to drive my car, blah, 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 to pick it up. And I decided to come back because it was too early. His flight wasn't coming in until 8:53.
Okay.
And I was going to honestly just drive. I had to think in my brain, I was like, this is the best thing. But I didn't. I just drove down the street, came back.
And that was in your black car?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then you ended up picking him up later?
Yeah.
And you took your black car to do that?
No. So what happened is I took my black car, but I sent him a message earlier and I said, hey, is it okay if we get a rental car?
Okay.
And he said, yes. I have a leased vehicle, so you can only put 1,000 miles on it. And I'm pretty anal about, I don't want to go over and that type of thing.
Okay.
So his car is very expensive on gas. So I was going to get I did get a little economy car, and I knew we'd be driving around everywhere. Everybody was searching. And in my mind, I was freaking out because I'm going to be blamed because they someone our codes in our home. And so I was I know we're going to drive everywhere all day. So I was I'm going to get a rental car.
Okay.
So I did. And so I got my rental car and I left my black car at the airport.
You left it at the airport.
Right. Because I had to have a way to, I didn't walk, you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So Albert asked me where my car was at and I told him it was at French. The reason I told him that is because Albert and I get in a lot of fusses about this whole working and changing career thing that you guys, I told you about in the beginning. Mm-hmm. And that was a personal situation that I didn't want to fuss with him about, the working and changing, you're going to give up your career for this, and this. So I just said, he knew I had just worked at French. So he knew that. So I said, it was at French, one of my friends brought me. That's what I told him.
Okay.
So that's why he thought it was at French, but it was my way of, so he thought that he knew I had to go get my stuff from French because I stopped working there. And that's kind of, I wanted it to go with the story because I wasn't ready yet to tell him I wasn't returning at all to education. It just wasn't.
Okay, so he doesn't know that yet.
Well, he knows that I'm gonna be a flight attendant and oh, never mind, I can't do it because I've been back and forth. You're gonna go from making I make $60 grand to, I think they make $18 to $20 an hour, but you could only do so many things reserve shifts. You got my crash pads. So I'm back and forth on something I really want to do and the money. So I went back and forth with him on that, and that was just one of those things where I just wasn't prepared to be oh, you're going to be a teacher again. Oh, you're going to do this again. Oh, you're back at the school again. Blah blah blah. Okay. So you're back at subbing again. So
you drove to the airport in your black car.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What time did you do that?
His flight landed at 8:50 something. So I got there in time to park my car, and then I walked up to the thing, and he was coming down the escalator, and then I go over to budget, and I get the rental car. He's sitting on the little corner over here, waiting on his bags. We walk out, we get the car.
Okay. And so where did you park your car at the airport? Do you remember?
In the short-term parking, maybe about middle way.
Okay.
It's a long, the short-term. It goes from, you got the rental cars, the section here, section. So it went to the farther section and maybe over here.
Okay. Okay. And then, so you're in your black car this morning?
Right. Because I had to turn the rental car back in.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. So you picked your car up this morning?
No. So I took the rental car back last night because I didn't know what time situation, he's upset with me for not telling you guys first, so that, it could have been a quicker search or whatever the case may be. So I didn't know, I thought we were going to have to stay, in a hotel or something.
Mm-hmm.
So I parked my car. My Harley picked me up because I was going to get a room at the hotel.
Okay.
And so I thought you guys do that because it was sheriff's there this morning. So.
Well, people are working different pieces,
yeah.
And so I just want to make sure that while we're talking that I have all of the information, right? So if I ask you something that you feel like has already been covered before, I'm not trying to be a brat or anything like that. Yeah. I just want to make sure we have everything. We're all on the same page with everything. Right. Okay. So you drove the rental car back last night, early this morning.
No, it was last night. It wasn't that late.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And then Harley picked you up, and you left your car at the airport still?
No. Okay, so I drove my car. I drove the rental car back. Got in my car.
Okay.
Left.
Okay.
Okay, so I didn't have anywhere to go because they're fussing at me and people were not, everything's going on in the searches and things like that. So I just, basically, I didn't really have anywhere to go, and some of my stuff was at home, so I didn't have a car to get gas. I didn't have anything like that. So I was basically just, going somewhere parking, trying to stay warm because it got a little bit cold or whatever.
Sure.
So finally, I gave in and was like, Albert, look, and he was like, I need you to tell me the truth. And that's when I started messaging her that, hey, Wood, I'm gonna come home and I'm sorry. I'll tell you exactly what happened. It's all my fault because I should have let everyone know that I gave someone the code, and I tried to replace the code. So at that point, I leave my car at the hotel, which was near Harley's work.
Okay.
And Albert was like, "Are you guys coming?" And I said, "Yes." We're on our way. I leave my car at the hotel the entire night, and leaving Harley's car. We stay at home last night, and then I come back with Harley when she came to work this morning, and I walk over to the hotel.
Okay. So had you gone and gotten a hotel room and then changed your mind and decided to stay home? Parked your car?
No, I parked my car because I was going to get a hotel. And my thought process was if we got in Harley's car and went home, and I didn't want people his ex-wife is there. I didn't want people the domestic type situations going on, just me, myself against, her family and that type of thing. So my plan was we'll just come back here and stay at the hotel if we have to.
Sure.
So that was the whole point of me leaving my car there.
Okay. Do you remember which hotel it was?
Yes, it's the IHC, the Holiday Inn that was right there.
Holiday Inn?
Yeah, and again, that's where the police were at all morning, where my car was at.
We were?
Yeah.
Okay.
It could have been something separate, but I just assumed because when I got in my car to pick it up, I'm just
work
at the one at Center Point.
Center Point, so over by the movie theater and stuff like that. Okay, and it was sheriff cars or CSPD cars?
El Paso, whatever, white and maybe green, white and something.
Okay.
I just assumed they were there because you guys think my car was there, but I parked it there because we first of all only drove one car in case we came back. To stay at the hotel. So.
Okay.
But yeah, it was parked there.
Okay.
And then I picked it back up this morning. So.
Picked it back up this morning?
Yeah.
And then you came here, or did you go anywhere first?
No, I was just driving around because I was on the phone trying to figure out situations for, my mom was getting, like I told you, was getting all those messages. So I wanted to, talk to them because they were freaking out and I hadn't been able to talk to them in the last 24 hours. So at that point, my mom was really worried that I hadn't told her why are these people, sending her death threats, and so at that point in time I had to make that decision to focus on making sure my mom knew hey, listen, don't respond to, anything people say, and that type of thing.
So I just have one question. I know and it was probably really frustrating. I know your husband was upset and stuff like that too. We took a long time to get out there for, I guess we were under the impression that it was a runaway or whatever.
Right.
So it took longer.
Sending her death threat, and so at that point in time I had to make that decision to focus on making sure my mom knew, hey, listen, don't respond to, anything people say, and that type of thing.
So I just have one question. I know, and it was probably really frustrating. I know your husband was upset and stuff like that too. We took a long time to get out there for, I guess we were under the impression that it was a runaway or whatever.
Right.
So it took longer to get out there to you guys. But in the meantime, when we did get out there, there was all these people out in the neighborhood and stuff going on in Facebook and stuff like that. How did that happen?
Albert had someone else start talking on Facebook. One of the kids' moms.
Okay.
So she initiated something on Facebook, and then of course all the people comment on it.
Okay.
Because the community page is a quite active page for.
Okay. I didn't know if you had posted something or if Albert.
Not originally. He had the little Cambria.
Okay.
To post an original post. initially, and then.
Okay. Is that like a friend of your guys's, or?
That's one of the kids, Braden's mom.
Okay. 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 All right. So I want to go back a little bit.
Okay.
Just to kind of.
I could use the restroom really fast.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Sure.
I didn't get to eat all this. We don't have to be is it?
No, we're coming back. We're
Okay, I was going to say, was it like a long-term process or something like that?
No, you can just leave everything wherever it is, and we don't have to clean up anything or anything like that. And I'll just show you where the restroom is. Do you want to leave that here, or move what? Your hot pocket. Oh, you don't want to take it to the bathroom, right?
Oh yeah,
Very few people take their hot pockets to the bathroom. She's got her tissues. She was taking her napkins with her. She's looking behind her to see what she leaves.
Forward. Stretch break.
Yeah, no, now's a good stretch break. Take a seventh inning stretch break here.
Okay, that's back. There we go. Okay. That's where they're going to start it again when we come back. So she's taking a restroom break. I don't know how these investigators can be like, oh yeah, okay. This is so insane. Yes, she did tell the reporter they wouldn't let her go to the bathroom. She was starving, everything else. She has water, food, everything. She's fine. Let's see what the courtroom looks like right now. We'll do a quick switch of the camera to see what Letecia is up to. And this has pretty much been her how she looks the entire time. Only she doesn't look up there. She's been sort of hiding behind these monitors. It's been very much focusing on whatever's on her desk, either her hair over her face or her hands over her ears. Her lawyers at one point, as this was going on, were both looking directly at her and both just red in the face.
Got the
just
one
like,
section over here. Good.
That's the one section everywhere.
so these her two lawyers are.
We are. Okay.
Let's see. I don't know where the other lawyer went, but we're going to pick up where we left off on the video.
Thank you. Anything else? Do you need another coat?
Okay, thank you.
Water or anything?
How's the view there? Is that all right? Okay, we're going to take a full screen anyway. So there we go. She's like gathering things up as if she's about to leave. I've been watching to see when she puts the tissues in her pants. I think in her pockets. I'm wondering if maybe she did that because she was worried there might be DNA on them that would be checked. But I thought, has she already had a buccal swab? No, at this point she has not given a buccal swab. That happens after this. As a matter of fact, right after this interview, it ends with her breakdown, going to the hospital, and that's when the buccal swab occurs. Okay. Another hot pocket will keep her talking.
Okay. Yeah. No, I'm sorry, yeah. I know. I can't, but he'll lose his job. If he loses his job, I don't know. It wouldn't work out that well. Yeah.
I know. I'm not going to do that because Albert ordered his job. Okay. All right, love you too. Bye. Sorry, I didn't know you were on the phone. It's okay. Sorry, you know, a little caffeine. Oh. Okay. So I just want to back up with you. We kind of have like a good overview of everything, but so we can start really narrowing down to try and gain in and everything else like that. I just want to try and get some more specific stuff on everything. Yeah. So I just write some stuff down. Okay. So, so going back to the just a little bit to the fire part, you said that Gannon had some stuff on his arms. What part of his arms was that? Like I don't remember, like the inner area. You just point to like wherever, like in this, like in the inner area, like this. Okay, so like right here. Yeah, but like the burns were like not like you're thinking like round burns. It was more of like not like burns that are like this. Right here. It was more of not necessarily burns, but like a little bit like skin. Like it was like skin peeling, like in. Okay. Yeah. Okay. And so that was like on his left arm, his right arm. It was on both arms because remember when I came in, I took the covers and like basically like got on top of both of like on him and the fire. Not like him pushing him on the fire, but like you know, like I was just trying to get the fire out. Okay. And he was like hanging off the side of the off the side of the sofa. And he was still asleep? No, he was like saying my name. Like he was alert, like what's going on because he had just like woken up. Okay. Yeah. So he was not having a full conversation with me, but as in just like calling my name, and he's like, I'm so sorry. He kept saying he's sorry. He didn't mean to do it. Daddy's been got me for a year. So it was him thinking, oh my gosh, shoot. Like kind of like waking up being like, oh shit, I just made a mistake. Like we would say in the mind of a kid. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Thank you for clarifying that for me. Okay. So the next day, you go to, like, you're trying to figure out how to get this carpet fixed. And you said that you had already, you cut the carpet? I cut the carpet. Okay. Yeah. What did you use to cut the carpet? I had Albert has, like, these tools that are, like, woodworking tools, like chisels, and I don't know the specific name of the ones, but they're, like, a little saw things. And I just, like, took the carpet and did like this. Okay. Okay. I mean, I didn't necessarily saw it, but I just kind of was like, they're very sharp tools. He has a lot of woodworking tools and stuff in the garage, so I just took one of those things. It's got like a handle and. What color? You know, like he is. Because I tried with the box cutter, but I couldn't. Like it wasn't like deep enough to like really pull whatever. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, because I tried a couple times with a box cutter until it kind of like started the process, but then. I had to get like a stronger object or whatever. Okay. To do it. Okay, sure. So you cut the carpet, and then you guys are gonna go try to figure out how to like get this fixed or whatever else. So you said that you went over to like where some new construction is. Do you remember? Can you tell me more about that? I'm not familiar with the area. I mean, I could if you want me to drive you there, and like. Or whatever. I don't know, like, they give you street names if that's what you're asking. Sure, that's fine, but can you just describe it for me a little bit better? Okay, so, like, the school, there's the school in the back, and so there's a bunch of new builds that are in the area right near the school. Okay, sure. Yeah. Okay. Do you remember, like, when you went to the new builds and stuff like that, was it, like, the first house in, or, like, 12 houses in, or how far in did you have to go? There was a couple, but I'd rather just go show you, because you're going to quote me on me telling you an estimate of the number. And I don't think that's fair to me. So I can give you an accurate description of which house it was. Okay. Well, for now, let's go with what you kind of remember. Like, do you remember? Did you have to drive far in there, or just a short distance? I don't know what you mean by like far in there. Like into where the new builds are. So they're all like you just go around. It's like in loop. Okay. So I don't know what you're asking. Okay. So far. Sure. I
mean, I could show you. I just don't know your terms of distance that you're asking me. Like,
okay. Well, I guess like so. You're saying that they're like in a loop or whatever.
No, the whole area is in like there's loops, there's streets, there's like different sections of the new build.
Okay.
Yeah, so there's like I can show you because you're gonna quote me on me giving you hand motions and things like that, and that's not fair to me being on a conversation. That's just not fair. And I'm sure if I had an attorney here, he would say we're gonna go show instead of just giving you something that would be an estimate.
So you went to the new build, and you found this guy and asked him about.
Yeah, his name was Eduardo.
Eduardo?
He said, or Eduardo. I don't know how to say the Spanish names right, but Eduardo.
Okay.
Something like maybe I'm saying it wrong, but I heard Eduardo.
With like a G?
Yeah. Okay. But it might be a J if it's the Spanish. I'm not sure how they do it, but I'm not Spanish, but Eduardo.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he said he told you that was his name?
Yeah, he said Eduardo.
Okay.
Yeah. And so maybe about like 5'8", really skinny. He had on a tool belt. Had on like a sweater vest, like a cold weather vest. I think it was red. I don't really remember exactly, but he did have blue jeans on, and he had on the combat boots or whatever. I'm assuming in my mind that this was just this was somebody who was he looked like he was like a legit worker. There was people, like on the houses. There was people working in different areas, so I didn't think it was that he was a legit, not necessarily a contractor, but someone that was going to be able to,
someone knowledgeable to be able to,
right. And I didn't explain to him what had happened. Like, I didn't say, okay, this happened. I said, we need a piece of carpet. You have the carpet for this model of home.
Okay. And what did he say?
He said yes, and I was like, do you have the carpet? And I gave him like a hand reference of like the size that I would need, and he said yes, we have a roll for that. They have the I don't know if he said they had all of them have the same, and there's model homes or the same color. He was saying something along. I don't really know the definition of that, but some certain homes have the same exact thing and everything.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like might have the same floor in one, the same, because a lot of the homes are the same every 5 houses or whatever.
Right. So like they have like 3 or 4 houses that they build over and over and over again.
Right.
Okay. And they put the same finishings in them.
Mm-hmm. Okay. That was my assumption that I had taken from that.
Okay. Right. And so he said that they had it, and then what happened next? What happened next as far as like him having it?
So
you need to get that?
No. It was I just always check to make sure it's not my daughter.
Okay.
Yeah, because you don't know where your mom. So he said he was going to bring the carpet and fix it, and I gave him the code to get into the garage.
Okay. And you had mentioned that you thought maybe you would find somebody that would want to do like a side job or whatever else. Like how much did he say he was going to charge you for doing this and for the carpet and stuff like that?
Right. So we never had made that just like that conversation. I just said, hey, and I'll give you a small donation. So what I did was I said, okay, I think my ex-husband, Holly's dad, he used to work in like sheetrock and stuff like that. Mm-hmm. So in my mind, I'm thinking, little jobs like this, back home would have been like $10 an hour. Here, it's probably a little more, like $15, $20 an hour, whatever. And I said, I'll give you a small donation. You didn't ask me earlier about the part, so sorry if we messed up. And I said, I'll give you a small donation. And then in my mind, a donation was going to be $50. So that's exactly, I had cash, and that's exactly what I had was the $50, on the counter, and I explained that to him, that it would be on the counter. Thank you for, doing it. Make sure the garage is closed. And like I said, you didn't ask me all that, but I did go through a conversation. I just didn't be like, hey, bring the carpet. Here's the
and that's why
I don't want you to think that, because that is not what happened. I went through the process of make sure you close the garage back. We have a security system. I told him we had cameras. I talked it up through the conversation to let him know that this is the steps and the processes and stuff like that were followed.
Okay. So let's talk about that conversation a little bit, just because we didn't, and that's why we go back and get, more information and everything else like that. So he says he has the carpet, and then did you ask him, like, okay, can I just have the carpet, or did you ask him, like, can you fix it for me, or did he volunteer to fix it for you?
What do you need to have it?
Like, did you ask him if he would just give you the carpet, or like?
I was going to be like a package deal, I was assuming. It's just like, I wasn't asking for like the carpet for the size room. I gave him like the like the size. So in my mind is, if he's bringing a scrap, like rolls or scraps or whatever, that's already some extra from the job.
Okay. So you didn't ask him to just like bring you carpet so you could fix it. You asked him to come and fix it for you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I had in my mind to fix it. Then I was like, you have to measure, and then like, because I changed tools, like one side was going to be like this length, so if you cut it different on that side, and it just was a little out of my thought process so that I could.
Okay, yeah. Have you, like, if you've never done carpet before, I would imagine that like trying to patch something would be kind of hard, especially if you had to use different stuff to cut it. Okay. Okay. So he agrees to come to your house to fix it. So you give him the address.
Yes. I went through the whole spiel of here's where it's at, like his money, how much we do back home. I mean, it was probably like a good 2-3 minute conversation of the specifics that needed to be done. And I did that out of panic because I needed to get it fixed. I didn't want to put it on Craigslist because people say call me or this and they upcharge and we need to replace the whole section and things like that.
And did he tell you like what he would charge you, or did you just say this is how much I'm willing to pay?
No, I just immediately said that I was going to give a donation, like in the terms of I didn't really have a lot to give you, but can you like hook me up? But I kind of was like, can you like hook me up like that? Being more of like a please do this for me, I really need it type. I don't have a lot of money.
Like a favor?
Yeah, I mean, because if he's on the job working and he makes so much an hour and can make an extra $50 that day, that was 150 might turn into 200.
Gotcha.
So in my mind of thinking of doing that was back to the times that Harley's dad would do the same thing. He would be like, don't go pay a subcontractor. Just go get someone who wants to work after hours, or whatever. And so that was my thought process. That'd be cheaper, faster, someone will come do it right away, and then we're done with the situation.
Okay. So, what did you tell him as far as like how to get into the house and stuff like that?
What do you mean how to get? I just gave him the garage code.
Okay.
And I explained where the carpet needed to be replaced. I mean,
okay.
There's no like when you enter the home, there's no like specifics. You just upstairs, downstairs. That's it.
Okay. So you told him it was downstairs and kind of the area that it was in, or
you walk downstairs, you would have saw it.
Okay.
Like it wouldn't have been like you needed to go search for it. I mean, that's common sense.
Okay.
Yeah. Like I'm not saying you common sense. I'm saying to the person that's common sense, like, oh, that's carpet, Because see, I had took the rug right here when I showed the police when they came. I had took the rug and put like a piece of carpet that was on it. But the problem with the piece of carpet that was on it was that was a piece of carpet that was from the outside.
Oh, okay.
Like, you know what I'm saying? So we walk on it. And
it was like an extra piece.
Right. And I mean, sure, they could have, used the same carpet, but I needed a carpet to fit a specific size. So if someone had extra carpet, then why not go ahead and fix the whole thing,
Sure.
And we could have a little extra roll for hopefully if there's ever any emergencies or anything like that.
Okay.
But yeah.
Okay.
Because I thought that there would have been some somewhere. Like,
in your house?
Right.
Okay.
Because, like, sometimes, I knew, like, when we had our home, we sold it, we left our square, what are they called, the hardwood floors? And we left, like, maybe, like, 10 little sheets and things like that. So, like, I thought, but in my mind, like, okay, no, I'm just going to go. I hadn't seen anything, so I had to,
go
find it, yeah.
Okay.
And you act so much differently when you're trying to be impulsive and hurry up and get it done, quick decision, when I probably could have just been like, hey, let's look at something that we have maybe in the back corner. We could have cut a piece out or something like that, but I didn't want to go mess up an old lady's house.
An old lady's house?
Another lady's house. Well, it's her house. Like the renter, like the owner, we rent from them.
Okay, so you rent.
Yeah.
Okay, I thought you guys owned.
No,
my bad. Okay, so so you left. So you went there. You said that he was about 5'8".
Yeah.
Okay. What color hair did he
I
have?
say 5. My husband's 6, but just a little bit shorter, skinny, dark hair like mine. You might think I'm Hispanic, so like I'm really brown in the summer, but
he wasn't here too. You're Hispanic.
I know, but people always think that. So skin complexion was a lot darker than mine.
Okay.
So, I don't know if you want me to give you like a before skin complexion thing, but I would say like middle to tannish.
Okay.
Color.
And was his hair, like, did it have texture to it? Was it straight? Was it curly?
Well, he had a thing on his head, so it was like a little, I don't know, like a hat piece or something. And it was just, I can't tell you like a hairstyle because he had like a little brown like strap thing around it, but it was just like almost like jet black hair.
Okay.
But it wasn't like long.
Okay. And then, what was his face shape like?
Maybe like a little chubbier than mine.
Okay.
Like more rounded.
Was there anything about his face that like stands out that would help us be able to find him? Like that would we be able to be like, that's the guy right there? Like, did he have?
Well, I would notice there was like some bad saying, but like maybe like a little bit of is it craters or like the little holes. I don't say holes. No, like you know how you can see some people and it's got like a little like holy like skin from the acne.
Like acne?
Yeah, like scars.
Yeah, that's really good stuff.
Yeah,
so
like acne, like scars were kind of like present just a little bit there.
Okay.
And not bad though, not like super bad, but it could have been like even more like wrinkles or like whatever. But it's just a little section of like right here, but you can tell it was just like from like age or whatever.
Okay.
Or maybe even from dryness. I don't know. I wasn't giving him a skin consultation, but I do remember there was like little spots here.
Okay. Did he have any facial hair?
Yes. He had a mustache that went right here, like around in this area, and that was completely it.
Okay.
It went like this here. Like the...
Okay.
Yeah. I'm trying to give you this because I don't know how to say the wording.
Okay, just a mustache.
Yeah.
Okay. And you said his hair was like jet black. Do you remember like could you tell approximately how long it was?
For his hair?
Like was it long, short?
Yeah, I just told you that. I just said it wasn't long. It was the belt like barely fit around it and like flat, like like little flat pieces here.
Mm-hmm.
So, not bald, but not long. Nothing was hanging on the shoulders or anything like that.
But it wasn't like a military cut or anything like that.
Yeah, no, not a military cut or anything at all.
Okay, so kind of like medium length.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then, how old do you think he was?
I would say easily late 30s, early 40s.
Okay.
But and based upon me thinking that too about the facial structure, you know how you can look at some people's skin and the elasticity or whatever it is different. So like those little, you could tell that had been there for a while.
Okay.
Almost like it was like I don't say a sunburn, but almost like you could just tell something had been. That's a very unique feature I just wanted you to have because that wasn't something that, like, hey, did the person have lipstick? This was, on their face that would be permanent.
Sure. Do you remember seeing any tattoos or any other like?
No, I didn't remember seeing. I just remember the vest. I didn't see any tattoos. He had a shirt under the vest. I don't know, shirt or jacket.
Okay.
I mean, like, I say under the vest, but like, how you have the vest over and people wear the shirt? Yeah. That's like a Colorado thing, so kind of.
What color was the jacket? Do you remember? Or
I just remember the red part because remember I told you earlier I was like I think it's red, but I was talking about the top layer. So,
yep.
Yeah.
That the vest was red.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I didn't know if you remembered what color the shirt was that was underneath.
No, I don't.
Okay.
I don't.
And then you said he had boots on.
Yeah, he had on like the Rocky boots or like the construction boots that everybody wears.
Do you remember what color they were?
Yeah, they were that light tan color, like a sand.
Okay.
And he had, remember I told you he had the belt thing. I don't know, everybody had the belt, but
You said it was a tool belt?
Yeah, it was like a strap thing that had in pocket.
Okay.
And remember I told you that at the scene. I don't remember like a specific color. It was just, oh yeah, you see somebody, you're like, oh, person in black shirt, person whatever. I didn't.
Okay.
And I do, but the face did stick out, and I wish I was good at drawing because I'd want you to notice that or whatever. And it was like more rounded, kind of like craters type thing.
Sure. And then, and you went through the fact that, so you guys left there and you went to Petco?
Well, we already talked about, I don't know if I got gas beforehand or not, but I told you guys I would be more than willing to give you the information from an exact travel for the route. But we immediately left the Roasted Ranch area. That's what you're at.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you had said you were going to leave him the cash on the bar. Did you go back and put that there, or were you going to, or had you left that there whenever you left?
No. So we have, I always have, everything that was in with all the notes and everything like that was in the drawer that sits on this side of the kitchen or whatever.
Okay.
I had cash put in there because I had gotten I was playing the lottery. So I got cash back from the lottery, and I had already laid it out on the counter. My mindset was the reason I already laid it on the counter was not because I had it predetermined I was going to leave it out for a specific person. I already had it laid out on the counter because I was going to give that money to Harley, because Harley has been paying on the dog because Chance, we financed him.
Okay.
I say finance him, but she's paying him back or whatever, and we always give her a portion of Chance and a portion of her car payment. So I was going to give that back to her anyway.
Okay.
And so in that moment, I don't even remember when I came in that I checked to see that the whole I left her $100, but okay. I didn't check in the moment if that $100. Like when I walked in, I didn't say, hey, there was only 20 there. And my mind wasn't thinking about, it was gone. So I thought, okay, but in my conversation with him, here's how much you want to do, donation, blah, blah, blah. So when I come in, I didn't think to go look to see if he left the remainder of the $100. Like, that just wasn't in my mindset because
it was already there on the counter whenever you had left.
Right, and that was just because when Holly got in, I was going to tell her that was usually, I Zilly her money or, whatever we pay.
What?
Zilly.
Oh, I haven't heard of that one.
Yeah, everyone else does Zilly, so it's kind of like Apple Pay or whatever.
Okay.
They usually, I Zilly her money or things like that. But I realized this, I haven't had my USAA credit card in such a while, so I didn't have a way to go get it or whatever, so I had lottery ticket money.
Okay.
So I was like, I would use the lottery ticket money that I'd been stashing to go buy new lottery tickets.
Okay. And do you remember, was that, when you put it out there, was it 20s?
Yeah, so it's always 10s, and the reason it's always 10s is because I tell myself I'm not playing anything above the 10 amount.
Okay.
And I go to the Safeway all the time and put it in that machine.
Okay.
Put more than $10 in that machine, they're going to keep it. You have to.
Oh, okay.
You have to ask, I put a 20 in there. You got to spend 20 in lottery tickets.
Okay. So you had $10 or $100 and $10 bills on the counter when you left.
Yes.
Okay. So you weren't worried. You didn't have to go back to put that back out for him before you went out.
Yeah, no, and I didn't intentionally leave it and say, whatever. In my mind when I left, because I didn't know hey, what time. I didn't have a specific time. I knew I needed to be back before Lena, but usually Holly gets off at 3:15, so I was assuming she might meet me back home.
Okay.
But she works. Remember I told you they were having people having to take shifts and all that, so she ends up working until later in the day.
Sure. Okay. All right. So, and then you come home. Let's talk about what happens when you come home. Okay. And I know that that it can be difficult to talk about.
And I didn't want to talk about that part without. I'm one of those people that tries to not think that mental health is always an issue or things like that. And in my mind, I was afraid of the whole it causes mental health problems, that type of thing. So
sure,
talking about it, I'm trying to I don't think if I'm emotions, I'm trying to be the blocker to think that I'm not going to let that be a stigma that I'm going to have mental health problems because of this. So that's
no, and what I was going to say is because I've been a special victims unit detective, and so I've had to investigate different types of assaults and sex assaults and stuff like that with adults and children. And so I just kind of want to let you know, and this is, you know, I would let anybody that I was going to have this conversation know that that's what I've experienced with, and that it can be a hard thing to talk about, and that I understand that. And that it can be kind of a sensitive subject, and like people don't always want to say specifics, but for us, like, to be able to document everything and to be able to really pursue it, we have to get into the specifics. And I just want to apologize up front for that, because I know it can be uncomfortable. Does that make sense? Are you okay?
The batteries ran out. Someone needs to wind her back up again.
Do I have to talk about that? I don't want to, like I said, I don't want to be dreaming in so anymore. I'm sorry, you don't want what? Like dreaming. I don't want to dream anymore. Maybe I keep saying it. Like in my mind, I keep saying it. And I'm trying to block it. And I'm fighting a battle, blocking out exactly everything, you know. Sure. Well, so you would just ask. Like, I can say yes or no. I just don't want to be like really specific in terms of, are you talking about like, you're going to ask me questions about like, so what I'd like you to do is start by telling me what you remember hearing whenever you came in that day. And then, and as you walk me through it, I'll have to ask you some questions, okay? Yeah. Okay. So you, and correct me if I get anything wrong, okay? You had said earlier that whenever you came in, that you thought maybe that Gannon had come into the house first. I'm almost positive he went into the house first, because I had to get the bags that we had purchased. Okay. The Petco bag. Sure. And you guys came in through the garage, correct? I want to say the garage. I'm like 80% that it was the garage, because we parked on the front without the shut. Okay. So you come in through the garage. Gannon has already come inside. What's the first thing you remember seeing whenever you come inside? I usually always go in to think about, you know, hey, I need to let the dogs out. Hey, I need to do this. You know, like that is my mentality, is to go in to do that. And the alarm could tell if no, it won't, because I had put those things on there. See, that's where the hard part is, because I can't give you the exact time, because, yeah, but it might. And some of the sensors, remember I told you I had the things going on, and we had put the little towel things on them or whatever. Some of the sensors were picking up, but some of them weren't. So I can't give you the like exact time. If I went in, I could tell you if I went in and went upstairs or went downstairs first by the motion. But the motion was all off because I had put towels. Right. You hadn't pulled those down from the night before yet. Yeah, like in my mind, that was not like. Some of them, like the one in the corner, like hangs off the side, so it might have picked it up or it might have not. So if it wasn't for that, I could tell you by that, did I go straight in and go straight to the basement? Because it would say like, well, so there's most activity. I want to, so with this kind of conversation, it's really all about what you remember and what your perspective is. Okay. So I remember it was just basically being, you know, like normal, because I'm excited. We got, you know, new clothes for the pets, and we're coming in the door, yada, yada, yada. Okay. The day's halfway through. I knew I had specific responsibilities to continue out through the rest of the night. My brain hadn't said, hey, you need to go check or anything with the money yet, because I just wasn't on that, you know, that direction yet. Sure. I was on the direction I wanted to work out, I wanted to listen to my music, I wanted to, you know, like, relax. That was my mindset. So it wasn't to be like, okay, this here, this here, this here. That type of thing. Sure. It should have been, because I gave someone the code to get into our house, but in my experience in Lorton Ranch, it's been that, you know,
most everyone has people. They give people their codes and let them come in to fix things, and like you can do the Amazon packages and have them delivered inside the door. So I wasn't thinking, like I need to run in and check, make sure it's okay. If I felt that I was doing a harmful situation, that would have been my first off, I wouldn't have done it. But second off, I would have went in immediately and been like, did he fix what he's supposed to do? Did he think something from the home? That would have been my initial thing. So it was a normal, I want to listen to music, I want to work out. I don't know, I might have got something to drink. I don't, up and down dogs, that type of thing. That would have been my, mentality. But what I didn't hear anything until I had my headphones on and I thought, like, it's one of those things where you thought you heard something because, like, the downstairs, if anybody makes any kind of noise, like a boing, it's like it echoes really loud.
Oh, really?
Like it has like a louder echo through the vents.
Okay.
So even sometimes, whether you're asking about noise counseling or not, even like having things on or not, sometimes it's just the way that, they're sitting on there, you hear something, and that was like, almost like an echo noise.
Okay.
And that was, and below my room would be that storage room.
Okay.
So
you were in your room when you heard that?
So when I heard that, I don't remember if I was I know I had the headphones on.
Okay.
So I don't remember if I was in the room or walking back and forth because I had a big speaker box over here. And then either I played the big speaker or played the headphones or however on the big speaker back and forth. So I don't know if I was like here, there. Again, I wish I could give you the motion thing because that would give you a better time, like a 254 or whatever, 255 here, like that. But when I heard it, that's when I was just kind of like, oh, did I hear something? Remember, I even told you earlier, I had a couple of times before I even thought that would be of a concern.
So when you thought you heard something, what happened next?
So I don't remember if it was one or two times or whatever that I kind of was like doing this here and like back and forth. And that's when I told you that I, started to walk down the stairs. And I told you that piano was on to the right of the area.
Okay.
Like when you walk down the stairs, he was on the right of the area.
Okay.
And the guy was over here.
Okay. And was the guy just out or?
No, the noise was probably because of like moving around, I guess, or whatever. And the door was like almost not necessarily like a semi-crack, but well, maybe a little semi-crack. I don't know if he was looking out, like peeking out or anything like that. And so I noticed that someone was right there. And that's when immediately it was just, there was no, it wasn't like, hey, how are you? It was, if someone's in your home, they're not there to, when they're not supposed to be doing whatever, they're not there to like talk to you. It was immediate from then on. That it went to that. Again, I came in.
Okay.
Tried to get on.
So let's slow all that part down.
Okay.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So you go downstairs. You notice somebody's there. What's the next thing that happened?
So I noticed that he was there, and he had. I told you when I went in my room earlier. One of the things that I remember triggered, not that it triggered, but I thought was odd. But I had my shades, and I remember I told you my doors were open to the cabinet in the room.
Okay.
So I noticed that they were open. So that kind of in my mind was like, did I leave that open? But that also set off the fact of when your brain runs rapidly and you're looking, you're like, gosh, that's why that door was open. That
so like you put it together.
Right. I put it together very, very quickly. And so that part ran back in my mind. And so immediately when he saw that, he saw me, I don't know if the intentions was to come in that soon. I don't know the intentions if it was to do anything, because I don't think the intentions was going to be like take anything from us, because it was he already had on gloves. He already had obtained a gun from our home, like had already done those things, and immediately it was an attack mode for me.
Okay.
And from there, and I didn't mention to you, I did go in the cabinet because I take a lorazepam for anxiety, and I was like already super anxiety from like having all this, like going on and stuff about like fire, stuff like that. So I took 2 lorazepams. So I did go in and take two lorazepams and blah, blah, yada, yada.
And that was in the cabinet, the lorazepam, or was that somewhere else?
Like in the kitchen?
No, you said that you went in. Where was?
I'm sorry. Like in the kitchen, we have a kitchen cabinet. I should say that to you.
Okay.
The cabinet that I'm talking about, the doors are, is a bedroom cabinet. I say cabinet. It's like a armoire, like a smaller one that has doors that open.
Okay.
specify cabinet, thing or something.
Right.
The bedroom one, the kitchen one would be where the
medication.
Right. So I did take. That's why I said I think I might have got some drink or something, but I did take 2 Levascream. Okay. Instead of that, I did do that, and then I did come down with it.
Okay. So just so we're clear, the kitchen cabinet was where your medication was. Describe for me the armoire in the bedroom where the shades and your gun was.
So you want to know like what's in it or like what?
What does it look like? What color is it?
Sorry, so it's silver, like almost like a chromish color with like glass.
Okay.
And it does have handles, like a little knob that you can pull on or what, like pull open. And then of course they have like I keep my important documents in there, like a passport. Or,
does it have drawers or anything?
No drawers.
Okay.
It has the insert,
like shelf.
Yeah, the shelf.
Okay, perfect. And where does that fit in your bedroom?
If you walk in the room, like say I'm like opening the door, walking in the room, it's exactly right here.
Okay. And does it sit on something or does it have its own feet?
Like is it on feet?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I just want to make sure that we're talking.
Yeah, it has its own feet. Okay. Yeah, and like if I had to do like I don't know what samples or whatever, I just wanted to tell you about the medicine because I didn't want you to be like, oh. But I mean, it's prescribed to me anyway. So.
Yeah, true. That's fine.
Yeah, and I had already taken one that morning too, so I was just, I only have taken a panic attack, but I just had taken a lot. I don't say a lot of it. That sounds bad, but I don't take any at all unless I'm having a panic attack. And I had.
It was a little bit more than usual.
Right. Just because it was just, like.
Okay.
The whole anxiety of it.
So you go downstairs and you see him, and you said that he had already found a gun.
He had already been in the home, like in our home, like moving, like I say moving, like doing something, because you wouldn't have just walked in and known, hey, there's something here. You had to go in, and most people would probably look through drawers and things like that. I don't know. I'm not making that assumption. That's what it is. I'm just saying he had already obtained one. So I'm kind of like, I can't speak for what, like what went on or anything. Okay.
What, can you describe the gun for me?
So it was our black gun.
Black gun.
I don't know what make and like what the brand was or whatever.
Okay. Was it, do you know whether it was like a revolver or like a
no, automatic.
Automatic.
Yeah, like you just pull the trigger.
Okay. And is that like, and do you know the caliber, maybe?
I think the 380 maybe?
380?
Or 9, one of those.
Okay. So you said it was y'all's black gun.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. How many guns do you guys have?
4.
4? Okay. What kind are they?
I don't know the big one that Albert has. It's kind of like an AR or something.
Okay.
And then there's the shotgun. And so I think they're both 380.
380?
Yeah, I think it's like a 380 or like they're both 380s.
Okay. And are they both black or like sometimes they have like the colorful one?
Yeah, mine's like a teal color.
Okay. So you have a black one and a teal one?
Yeah.
Okay. 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 I just wanted to cover that really quick. Okay. So you go downstairs. You've already obtained a gun. You think it's your black gun.
Right. No, I don't think. I saw the color black.
Okay.
So I was assuming where I told you that my mind went through that was like
those
our black gun.
Right.
Now, at that time, I wasn't 100% if it was or not because there's plenty of black guns.
Sure. So tell me what happens next.
So do you want me to go through the whole like assault again?
Well, we need to know like more specifics about it. So you said you saw him and that he had the gun and then he attacked you. How did he attack you?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will take a recess until 3:15. Again, don't discuss the case among yourself. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. Don't do any research about any aspect of the case.
With that, if we can have everyone back in the jury room at 3:15, we'll be able to come up and then all rise for the jury, please.
Okay, so we're coming back at 3:15. Give us just a minute here. The judge has turned his microphone out of his way so he can just work on his desk. That's why we can barely hear him. Normally, we get better audio than that. I believe we have about an hour left of this interrogation audio. Let's check in on Letecia, see how she's doing here.
Thank you. May all be seated. Record should reflect the court hearing.
Looks like that's about right.
No, because I know there's another video that's, I don't think, it'll probably be mid-morning Friday before they get to me, so.
Not sure we're gonna finish this one today.
Yeah, we may not. There will be some empty time, I think, in the room that we'll just push through, but when I mean empty, nobody's in the room.
Right.
Yeah.
But it's not gonna be like 30 minutes, right?
I can't remember. Honestly, there's a chunk though.
Okay, well, we'll just, if we get it finished today, great. If we don't, we'll finish it up on Friday. And my docket tomorrow is virtual, so you can leave everything here.
Okay.
You don't have to clean off tables, you don't have to do anything.
Good. Thank you.
All right. All right, thank you, court will be in recess then.
All right.
Okay, we have about a 15-minute recess here. They're going to kill the cameras here in just a second. There they go. All right. I don't even know how to recap after listening to what we just listened to. Verbal diarrhea was the word that was shared by several of you as to what we were listening to. It just, the sentence never ends. It's like one lie doesn't even finish before the next lie begins. And the story is just, it grows and grows and takes weird left turns and suddenly Amazon's involved and Hot Pockets and well, Hot Pockets were invited at the beginning, but just the different words that are just thrown in and in so much detail when they have absolutely nothing to do with the fact that Gannon is missing, and that's why she's down there, as they're trying to find Gannon, and instead we just go and go different directions. Holly LeConte, thank you for the super sticker. Appreciate that. We'll turn the sounds on just for a little bit so we can get some of our sanity back while we wait for the court to come back from their break. Let's see. We need. I think this sound effects is probably. Wait, that's the wrong one. Here about this one.
That's literally not true.
That's literally not true.
That's literally not true.
That's pretty much a sound effect that would pretty much describe everything we watched since the lunch break till now.
Just subject matter jurisdiction.
Let's see. I made a Discord account during lunch and enjoy joining. Treasure trove of info. Discord is great. My brain is overheating from listening to her. The sound is rough. I've got an equalizer. I've tuned out some frequencies. I'm boosting others. It's hard from a technical standpoint to listen to this interview.
Murdoch stole it.
I think we got Ivan on the phone. Just one second.
Call from
Mr. Ivan.
Ivan, my friend, welcome back.
Hello. I just have a quick point to add here. As I'm working in the shadows, I cannot get over, for the life of me, how they did not arrest this woman after this dinner. Like, it just blows me away. Like, the amount of lies and inconsistency. At least hold her on a 72-hour max. You know, you can at least hold her for that, for questioning without an arrest. Like, I cannot believe they sat there and listened to this for 4 bleeping hours and decided, you know what? Let's let this woman back out in public. It blows me away. Like, if this was me with my record, like, she has a record, by the way. Granted, it's probably not as colorful as mine or and other people's, but she's not some pure slate, citizen. She has a record. She's been on probation She's had her educational license pulled. This woman is not a upstanding citizen as far as the law is concerned. How did they let this woman walk out of that police station without at least 72-hour, mandatory hold to figure out what's going on? So many inconsistencies, so many things that didn't make sense. She couldn't even keep her lies or name straight. I just do not get it.
I agree, Ivan. It's frustrating looking at this, saying why did not do something sooner. I think the investigators, because based on what they had, and granted, they were basically chasing down every lie. Okay, they had to pursue everything she said in case something was true. And
well, you can chase those lies down while she's in an orange jumpsuit in cell block D. Okay, That's what they would do. That's what they did. That's what they would do with any other person with a record. I do not get it. Like, I just don't understand what knowledge or what information afforded her the ability to walk out of there without any. Man, it just blows. Not that it would have mattered, because we know Gannon was long dead by then, and God rest his soul. But still, like, my goodness gracious, you can even tell those police officers did not believe a word. It's almost amazing how much she is deluding herself in this interview, where she thinks these cops are they're not buying a word of it. Look at their body language. Look at the questions they ask. They aren't even buying it a minute.
It's hard for them to even sound like they pretend they're buying it. That's how difficult it was.
Right.
But
right.
Here's what I'll say. I think the investigators, if we asked them, they would say at this point we knew something bad had happened, and basically they haven't done the in-depth analysis of the house to see there's blood places over it. So they don't have that evidence. They don't have that knowledge that we have already. Something's clearly not right. They just don't have the pieces yet that can lead them to the arrest. So I think their suspicion is strong enough.
Are you telling me that my teenage kids I could call them in missing tomorrow and say, hey, you know what? Or my 3-year-old for that matter. Like, I went to get him from daycare, and then he went to play with a neighbor, and then he just wasn't there. Like, and I don't know what happened. And that's that. Like, are you telling me you think on God's green earth that would be sufficient? Or,
I would say, unfortunately, I think that's the situation we have. That we have without enough evidence to really put somebody away. They have to wait. That we have to wait until we have the evidence to make sure they know. And I think because she's a prime suspect, from this point on, they're following her. Okay, they're getting the search warrants to seize the vehicles. They're doing everything they can because they know she is involved in this, and they're not going to let her out of their sight. At least not going to let her.
But they did.
They should.
That's the whole thing.
They're trying to follow.
Right, but that's the whole problem, is that they're playing backfires because she went on the lam and she was all on the East Coast. They did. So the whole plan, and believe me, I know. I've been in. I've seen. I have seen. Investigations where they will let like dealers out, even though on cases they shouldn't have been allowed out on bond, and they'll slap a GPS to their car, and he will follow them to the bigger fish. I get that game. I know how it works. But guess what? She did get away. She went all the way to the East Coast. Like, if she had half a brain, if she wasn't so demented and deluded in her own stupidity, she could have fled the country and she'd be gone.
Yeah. Well, what they did, as soon as she gets a rental car after this, they do put a tracker on it. They know that from the car that her car has a GPS, so they know that they have that information available to them. They're going to follow her with the GPS that she's rented across the nation. That's available. So there is.
So are you telling me that when she was calling Al and he had the FBI like helping him and feeding him questions, they knew where she was? I don't think so.
I think they had a pretty good idea. Yeah, I don't think they had some like eyes on her. I don't think that sort of following was that close. I think they needed her to have enough freedom or sense of freedom that she could lead them to the clues they needed to be able to move forward. But it's frustrating. I'm with you, Ivan. I look at this and it's like, how does she get up and walk away out of this interview when everybody in the room knows that it's just BS? I mean, it's up to the ceiling.
Think of all the nonsense BS charges they hold people on. think of all the no evidence cases they keep people confined on. And this thing walks out of the precinct after that interview? My God almighty. Anyway.
Yeah, it's frustrating to watch this. Ivan, I appreciate your passion for this situation. I appreciate your viewpoint and your willingness to share that. Thank you so much. Good to hear from you.
Amen. Thank you, RA. I love you guys, and I'll be in the background. Thank you.
Awesome. We'll see you. Bye.
Bye-bye.
All right. Let's see. They completely screwed up. I'd be so angry if I were Alan Landon. Same as Alex Murdaugh interview. I think most of the cases, the first exchange they have with the prime suspect, most of us would be like, why didn't you, at this point, why didn't you do more? Why didn't you jump? And really the legal system, it's slower. It's not proactive like that. It doesn't jump to a conclusion, even though it's a very obvious conclusion. They just need all the dots to connect and all the lines, the I's to be dotted and the T's to be crossed to move forward. But she was under surveillance. That's definitely a start. So we've got somebody else on the phone here.
Call from
Mike Boogie.
Mike, thanks for calling in. What are you thinking about today?
Oh, it's a mess, brother. It's a mess. My question is, why isn't Harley more involved in these interviews and stuff?
Okay, so
because she's been present for a majority of it.
Right. This is a great question. At this point, what we know from the probable cause affidavit when Letecia was arrested, when that affidavit was sworn and the whole warrant was issued, Harley was not cooperating. The police had approached and seized her car, right, Leticia's car, but at that time, while Harley and her mom were together, her mom basically said, don't say anything, ask for a lawyer, shut up, don't admit to anything, don't talk type thing. That's the last instruction she got. And she's still a kid, right? She's a 17-year-old kid, but she's still a kid. And
but at the same time, she isn't a kid because Letecia claimed that she was in the Air Force. Therefore, in order to join the Air Force, you're essentially emancipated, making you an adult.
Right. You've got to be able to sign that line, right? You've got to be an adult to say, yes, I agree to serve my country, put my life on the line. You can't sign your kids up to do that. So she has
exactly. And I lived in Lorson Ranch during this time, and that's what I'm boggled by why she isn't more involved in this stuff.
I will say that all we know is that Harley's on the witness list for the state. We expect her to testify against her mom probably next week. Early on, Harley was probably very confused. She probably knew a lot more than we think, or maybe as much as we think, and didn't know how to handle that. Her mom had told her not to do anything.
Yes, mother's love. You're always going to have that. So
yeah, so
I get it. I'm just curious why she isn't more involved in these interviews and stuff because of her essential emancipation. Mm-hmm. She should be more involved and treated as an adult throughout the
I think
course of this.
I don't know if what her mom said about her joining the Army is even true. Honestly, we've only heard that from her mom, so maybe that's.
I doubt it. I mean,
the airline stuff
I just
was not
remember
true
that
either.
from the reporting. And
yeah.
So.
Crazy, Mike.
All right. Well, I appreciate it. Thank you for doing this. You guys are amazing.
Hey, not a problem. You're calling from Colorado, right? You're from Colorado Springs area.
I'm in Colorado Springs. Yes, sir.
Awesome. I can't imagine what it was like to live there as this happened. And I mean, for
I remember
us,
helping with the searches. I remember putting blue lights up, which is Gannon's favorite color. The audacity she had to wear blue on, I believe it was the first day, was kind of boggling to me, but it is what it is. So.
Wow. Yeah, it's bizarre. I feel for you. This is a tough situation. We hope that through all this, that basically what we want is justice for Gannon, and that's why we're following through this.
Exactly.
I appreciate Mike.
She's not insane, and nor does she have temporary insanity. She's just trying to cover up her own tracks for being excuse my language, but a shitty mom. So.
Yeah, a little French in there. I'll have to translate that for other people. But Mike, I totally agree with you on that. 100%. Thank you so much for calling in. Good to hear from you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right. We'll see you. Bye.
All right.
Yeah, I would say we're curious about Harley, and I think Harley will answer those questions when she testifies. The police have said that she's not to blame. She's been cleared. That's all we can go on right now, really. But interesting. You know if they ever found the knife that she stabbed him with? Tower Hill Girl, I don't know if it was a knife. I don't know if it was a box cutter. I don't know if it was scissors.
The best live stream here. So many think he was passed at Petco, but doesn't the ring show him getting out of the truck? Was he hurt though? And why did she even go in Petco?
Okay, great questions, all of them. I do believe he got out of the truck at Petco, or he got out of the truck after they got home. I don't think the attack happened somewhere else because of the blood spatter and everything else. There wouldn't be blood spatter if he was already dead and he was being stabbed at that point. I don't know where else she could have done this and not had blood all over in the truck, things like that. It doesn't make sense for him to be, for the attack to have taken place elsewhere, in my mind. The question about Petco, clearly she needed something at Petco, probably for what was going on that day. 2 visits with Gannon to Petco in one day on one trip. It's not just for outfits for their dogs. That doesn't. I would suggest that she was probably going to Petco to see if there was some sort of pet remedy that she could buy that would fix the problem she had caused with Gannon, meaning the burns. That would be my guess. And maybe if we hear about Petco and where she was shopping and what she was looking for in the store, that might come clear. But great questions. Thank you, Simply Red, for the super chat. I realize there's a lot of people talking in chat. Did they pull the receipts? I know she bought costumes, like little dog outfits. I think 3 of them, but I think she bought 3 on her first trip. I don't know what she bought on her second trip. If she had gone on the first trip and realized that it would show up what she bought and she wanted to buy cash instead or something, she might have gone other places to get cash back, or I don't know. We'll have to put all the pieces together on the timeline. Let's see. Was the bullet type revealed in autopsy? I believe 9mm. I believe the 9mm was used. Stain remover, good stain remover, might have been a reason she went there. Correct. The 18 stab wounds were a contributor to the death, but not the cause of. It was the gunshot and the blunt force that killed him. Okay. Alternate theory. She was in Petco. She was in Petco looking for items to clean up the blood or to rent a carpet cleaner. Yes, I can see that. But she had Gannon with her. Gannon was in the truck. We see from the video, from that ring footage, there are 2 people that get into the truck, one with a smaller frame and one with a larger frame, that get into that truck. So who would the second person be? Not Aguardo, not Aguardo, whatever his name is. She got a better story at PetSmart. The stab wounds alone still would have caused his death untreated. Holly, that's correct. That's the testimony from the ME. Is that untreated, that he would have eventually probably bled out as a result of the stab wounds, but that the timeline of how they happened, the blunt force and the gunshot wound occurred before he would have bled out. She also drove past the closer Petco to go to the one all the way across town. Yes, and why? Why did she not want to go to the one where she would be more convenient? LS has more spins to her stories than a spirograph drawing. It's dizzying to keep up with it, Michelle. She has story after story that and an excuse after excuse. Everything she says has a reason and another story and something to back it up. But all of it is just BS, and it stinks. I think that Petco visit was just to prove that Gannon had not gone to his friends, like Ellis first claimed. Lisa, what do you think about the how she said, if you look at the video in Petco, you'll see that I kept going to the front of the store and looking out the store at the truck. And do you think that she was worried that Gannon was getting out, or either getting away, or that someone would see him? I don't think she was worried that, someone would that something bad would happen to Gannon there. I think she was worried that something bad would happen to her because Gannon got out and talked to someone. Right. Pet stores carry products that help to neutralize animals' fluids. Maybe that's what she was looking for. That if that's the case, this is, one more level of premeditation. What happened to the guy that laid in the street to get in her car? We haven't got to that story, Eileen. In this timeline, as we're following the investigation, that story has not come out yet to the police. Let's see. I don't believe she looked out the door. I haven't seen any video footage yet from Petco. I'm not sure if it exists or not. I do think the first investigator has left the room for two purposes. One, to see if they can get a different story with her talking to someone else. And two, to start basically chasing down the leads of the information that they can immediately pursue already. As far as where she was in her vehicle, what car was there, just to see if what they're hearing is the truth from her, because they don't believe it. There's not a shred of them that believes what they're hearing, but they need to find out what parts of it are true and then start, picking away at things from there. They also went to get gas. She should have driven another car. One of her stories was that she had to return to Petco for her wallet. I remember that. I wonder how did she make the other purchases? Yes, there's a cartel story too, Lexa. The cartel gets involved. I think that's the final story. The story to eclipse all stories was that the cartel was involved. And we'll hopefully get to that before this, this case is over in the next 6 weeks. What do they need to prove? The state, Lynette, has the responsibility to prove two things in this case. One, that Letecia is guilty of what they're accusing her of, which is murdering her stepson. And there's some other charges as far as tampering with the body and things like that. But the murder is the big one. And the second is they need to prove that she is sane, or that she was sane at the time it happened. So they're proving both things with all these witnesses as they're going through every detail and laying out all the facts. And people are saying, yes, she's very deliberate. She knows how to follow laws. She knows what's right and wrong. There was nothing wrong with her brain, type thing. The amount of lies is outrageous. Oh, Quincy Brown is part of the hotel of the cartel, says Goodman Law Firm. I love your logo, Goodman Law Firm, but my little chat thing covers up half your comment for some reason because the letters are too tall. Let's see. Then she said she had to go back to get Gannon's phone. Back to the store to get Gannon's phone? When does she break down? Kathleen, we've already seen the beginning of the breakdown when they said, hey, we need to have, you've alleged there's an assault, and as painful as that is, we need some more details. We have to be able to pursue this and investigate it. And as uncomfortable as it is, and as much as you don't want to go there, we have to ask you some of these questions. And then she just folded in on herself. Batteries, it was almost like lights out. She just collapsed down sort of like in a ball, but still sitting on the couch.
President's courtroom. We ready to bring the jury back in?
Yes, Judge.
All right, let's go ahead and bring it in.
So the breakdown is coming. Once she does break down, then we're going to see her mental meltdown, and that's going to lead to the ambulance being called, and for her going to the hospital, which will start the whole process with the nurse and the buccal swabs, the DNA collection, and the SANE test that never occurred. So that's the timeline as far as when things are happening. We need a storyboard with colored string to get this timeline stories together. Yes, I think we're going to go over Amber's timeline here, maybe not tomorrow, but Friday morning before case starts. We don't have this court tomorrow because they have Thursdays off. But Friday morning, we'll probably go over the timeline a little bit just to try to piece together some of the stories that we've heard already now that we have some of the data and the evidence in front of us. Laura Lee, I agree. She definitely has mental illness. I just don't think it meets the definition of, to the state's insanity. Let's see. It would be a big string ball. World's largest string ball. That's what this
All right,
case
for the
looks
jury,
like.
please.
All right, we're going to turn the sounds off and focus on. We'll focus on Letecia for just a moment. We do think that she still has toilet paper stuffed in her ears. I think that's a thing. I don't know if we have a Petco employee on the witness list.
Thank you. May all be seated.
Because
Court will recall 20 CR 1358 People versus Letecia Stauch. When we flip our break, we are in the midst of a video interview of the defendant. That's where we will resume. Prosecution?
We just have the names of the witnesses. I don't have their positions. All right, let's be quiet here and listen.
I know you said you worked with like victims and stuff before, but hard to tell someone about people like touching me.
Sure, I get that.
We have about an hour or so left
And
of this.
I just need to like not relive that right now. Can I get a little bit?
Like, you want to take a break?
I just, you're wanting me to give you like play by play basically of an assault is very hard for you to ask me to do.
Okay.
That's not like me explaining how to play a game. That's very difficult to explain what you remember.
Well, and we can take it slowly, and you can tell me what you remember, what happened, and stuff like that. You know, I want to make sure that you're okay, and I want to try and find Gannon, right?
Right.
Okay. So the more details that I have, the better it is that I'm going to be able to try and help you and to try and help Gannon. Okay.
Well, me telling you about an assault on me is not going to get like a faster result unless we like actually put some action into it, you know?
What do you mean?
Like, I don't know, like action, is it too late to like check your body? I mean, is it?
No, it's not.
Like those type of things, is that?
It's not too late at all, actually. No, it's not. And if you want to do that, we can actually absolutely get that set up so that we can make that happen. So it's definitely not too late.
Is it like a private like area, or like how does that work?
So what it's called a SANE exam, and they're done by forensic nurses.
Okay.
At the hospital.
Okay. So it's like in a actual. People wouldn't know that's what you're there for.
No. And so, I mean, well, obviously the nurses would,
right.
But not like just whoever else is in the hospital. Right. No. And so, because it is like because it's a forensic thing and because it's part of a criminal case, you know, obviously this person who assaulted you, you know, so that we could gather evidence to make sure that, you know, when we find them that we can prosecute them and stuff like that. Mm-hmm. We would want to take you over there to the hospital, and we get the forensic nurse to come and talk to you.
Okay. And
then they have paperwork to go over with you, just like any other kind of like bureaucracy or anything else like that, okay. Right? And they get your permission to gather that evidence from you and to do an exam. Okay. And they're all female, all the nurses.
Okay.
So, and you know, they have their process that they go through, and they collect all that evidence, and then that's turned over to us. Okay. So it's not too late at all to do that.
So that was my...
But we need to know what happened, because just like if, you know, like, and this is just like a totally off the wall example, but like if your kid comes in and tells you, hey, mommy, I'm hurt because I fell down. Well, you need to know where they fell and how they fell and whatnot so you can help them.
But that's the easy, easy thing. But when you're doing several different things in your brain, and not to mention you're being violated physically, it's hard to give that specific, you know, details. I remember the pushing me in the room. I remember having my head hit. I remember those things.
Sure. And what I'd like to...
I remember my clothes getting taken off.
Okay.
Okay. But I don't want to be telling this got taken off. I don't want to be on that.
And that's not what it is.
I would tell that to like a nurse, in the specifics so that that could assist in the process. But maybe I would. I say I would, but I don't know. It's just the hard thing to be like, okay, your pants was heavy. Remember this, you remember that, like that.
Sure. And really we need to know like the narrative of it, and there will be some stuff that I would ask specifics of. And if you remember, you remember, and if you don't, you don't. Or what you can say is, well, I remember that, but I don't want to say.
No, I'm not trying to not tell you anything. It's just a hard process. I guess maybe I'm thinking you're asking me too much details. Maybe I'm overthinking what you're asking me. So do you want me to like I said, do a play-by-play of what I remember? Like as far as like clothing?
Like, well, just start at the beginning and tell me what happened. Okay.
So, all right. So when he pushed me into the room,
okay,
I remember like a battle process of like back and forth, like that type of thing. I remember that type of thing.
Tell me more about that. The battle back and forth.
Well, if someone he's not much bigger than me, so it's not like it was this big, powerful person that I feel like I'm fairly kind of a little strong. So it wasn't just here, get on the ground. It was move around the room. I don't really remember like which direction. Sure. After I hit my head the first time, that's when it started to be a little blur into what was happening then.
Okay. So, and remind me, what was it that you remember hitting your head on that first time?
I think I want to say it was that red and black table. I'm sorry, red and blue table that was in Gannon's room.
Red and blue table?
I feel like it was the red and blue table that was in Gannon's room because I remember like going back to hit my head.
Okay. Okay. And you keep motioning back here. Did you
like
the back of your head?
Right, yeah. So like it was in there was a couple like the ground was a big force, but I was also fighting back. So I don't want you to think that it would have been some sort of, and I did have like I was gonna like show you that I did have the blood in there a little bit because from the little scratch, but I did have the ability to push back some because he wasn't like overpowering that. It was just like, here you go. And
sure.
That sounds awful to say, but okay.
So when you got pushed into the room, and you got pushed, like you guys are doing this battle back and forth, and you hit your head, did you end up on the ground first?
I don't remember. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I don't. I just remember hitting my head, and I remember the next time I hit my head, the second time that he came back after me and tried again. So there was a couple of times that I kind of was in and out of it. And so not to mention I had taken lorazepam, a little extra than usual.
Mm-hmm.
So it was, a little bit, I don't say like, I did not know, I'm like that, but it was
sure.
Kind of like being like zoned out a little bit.
Sure.
It was almost like I was out, like blacked out.
Okay.
Because it was one of the things where I could like hear what was going on, but I didn't like know what was going on, or vice versa.
What do you remember feeling?
There was not like pain as far as like your female part. I feel like the pain was on the struggle of like your body was tired.
Okay.
So like it's tired in trying to like your brain's telling you don't give in, but your body is just in a tired mode.
Okay.
And that was more of like I just almost like I was giving up, but I wasn't. Like once we were, I can't talk about it.
So are you saying like once did he penetrate you?
I remember my clothes coming off. Found my top part.
Okay.
Remember the bottom, and I don't remember if this was the first time or on the second time, which wasn't a successful time. I remember my clothes coming off like on the bottom, and I remember having my top on.
Okay.
And I remember I was pushing, like pushing back.
Sure.
And then I, like, out of my mind, it was almost like a little blur because I hit my head again.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you know how you're, like, trying to push up, like to push somebody off and you get pushed back down and hit your head.
Okay.
And then I kind of let it. What? Yeah, she did it. Like,
I'm not gonna. Here's the thing: is that this conversation, like what we talk about, is not. I'm not gonna run and talk to your husband about or his ex-wife or anything else like that. Okay.
I don't want to give in because I didn't agree to it, but at that point it feels like I did give in.
Okay. And thank you for telling me that. I appreciate that. When you say that you gave in and that he completed it,
I don't remember about when I say completed. I mean as in I was able to like have that bolt of energy to like get up again. You know, I don't know if they were like completed. I don't want to think about that. That's just disgusting.
So I'm not asking if he like ejaculated or anything else like that. That wasn't my question.
I'm sorry, that's what I thought.
So my question is, did he put his penis in your vagina?
Right, yes.
Okay. Do you know... Okay. Sorry, that question. And that was when you were on the ground? Okay. And you said that he was pushing you down. What part of your body was being pushed down?
I don't remember.
Okay. So you said that like you kind of like came back up.
At some point, I don't remember.
Okay.
I don't want to give you wrong information about step by step about my body being violated. I don't think that's fair. Like I don't think that. And then every time I have to keep saying to you like, if it's happening, I have to say that to you again, and I have to say that to you again. Difficult.
Okay. Was there anywhere else that you were penetrated?
No. What do you mean, like an area?
Yeah, anywhere else on your body?
With the penis?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no.
Okay. And then at some point it ended. Okay. What happened next after it ended?
So, but they didn't end at that direct moment because remember Gannon comes in.
Okay.
Like
tell me about that.
Gannon comes in to like jump on him.
Okay.
Like, to like kind of help me out.
Okay.
And so I don't remember anything but like laying back, and I remember that I could like hear that Gannon had came in.
Okay.
I could hear that he knew this is not what you're supposed to do.
That Gannon did?
Yeah, like Gannon was aware that someone was trying to harm me.
Okay.
He might not have understood the complete in essence of it, but he understood someone was in our home and wasn't supposed to be doing what he was doing.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
I mean, our home we're very open. We're always like, we talk about like, oh, you don't have a girlfriend, you don't do this until you're married. So,
okay.
So he's very aware of, you know, like that's not how things happen.
Sure.
In his mind. So he came in at that point in time. And then I do remember that Gannon was, like, I don't want to say thrown, but like, he can't jump on a big guy. That's a big guy to him.
Mm-hmm.
You know, 5, 6, 7, 8-ish is a big guy to him.
Sure.
Because he's 4 something. And I don't remember from there. I just remember that Gannon tried to jump on him, and I remember Gannon was over here at this point in time, and then it was just kind of like a blur about what happened, but I do remember after and when I say finish, I don't mean what you're asking me about exactly. And I do remember when that was like getting up, that it was a situation. So that was when he had the gun. Gannon afterwards, not necessarily at him, but had the gun and had Gannon.
Okay. Can you tell me more about that?
So I just know that in the way he had him was kind of not necessarily at like a here, or if I had like a dummy to show you, it was more of like a.
Do you have a look?
Okay. It was more of like a just wrapped around, but like Gannon when he recognizing like the gun, he wasn't trying to at that point fight back to him. Okay. He was just crying like to me, like to help him. Okay. And so that's why I made the decision to try to send the other kids somewhere else, because what if I would have ran for help at that point in time? I had every opportunity to run for help then. Mm-hmm. And I'm not a good enough shooter to go feel like I'm gonna shoot somebody, because I don't. What else are we gonna do? You see what I'm saying? So I'm just not. My mind wasn't thinking that of trying to create harm if I made a dumb decision.
Okay.
And that was probably where I should have done some sneaky technique of. I thought about it after. I should have gave Lena a letter, or something like that, and said, "Hey, go to the mailbox. Take the neighbor's letter." This is something I thought about after, but I didn't think about it at the time. Okay. In the time frame.
So when you were on the ground and Gannon came in, what do you remember hearing?
Him yelling.
What was he yelling?
He was yelling my name, directed specifically at me. As in,
Gannon was?
Yeah.
What does he call you?
He goes, well, I just remember I told you about my name thing.
Yeah, that's what I was asking.
Yeah. So he was saying Tesha.
Tesha?
He was saying, are you okay?
Okay.
And then that's when he realized that wasn't. Not that I wasn't, but he realized I was kind of in and out of it.
And what were you saying?
I was immediately doing, the first part was, doing the first time was doing the pushback, get off of me, get off of me. So I wasn't, said that, but I wasn't communicating with Gannon.
Okay.
I wasn't saying, Gannon, go, do this specifically, or I didn't say, run, go do it. I didn't say anything directly that I recall. Okay. Now, maybe I did, but that I recall wasn't specific direction, to guide him in any direction. That was more of a battle, a back and forth thing instead of being. But at that point, I do remember, when I was down and you kind of get that little concrete where your head jars back a little bit, right there, where your head jars back a little bit, kind of made me a little dizzy a little bit.
And was the man saying anything?
I don't remember anything but noises.
What kind of noises do you remember?
Noises?
I can't guess. That's the thing, right? So I can't put words in your mouth. I can't guess. So I know I'm sorry.
Pleasure noises?
Pleasure noises?
Yeah, I don't know how to describe it, pleasure noises, but crunching sound.
Okay. And so he's making pleasure noises, and then Gannon comes in and yells your name. What does the man
I don't remember specifically. He just came and yelled my name, or if he jumped first, but...
Okay. What does the man do?
It was more of a this, but he was still inside of me.
Okay.
Kind of. I say kind of, but he's moving.
Okay.
So obviously he's got to put more force on your body.
Okay.
And that's just when I just started to cry. Because it was a giving up, kind of a giving up type moment.
I'm sorry that you are upset by that.
And it was just, because what are you supposed to do at that point?
Sure.
You can keep trying to fight, but they already taken something from you that you only have pursued yourself.
Sure. Do you remember Gannon saying anything else other than your name?
I know he was calling help at some point, and I think that would have been when he had. I don't remember. Oh gosh, I don't remember like any anything other than. Oh, I think I feel like I remember the second. I don't remember around the second time of the battle he was saying get off of her.
Okay.
But I don't. I'm telling you, when I tell you that, and I hope to God that you are never in that situation, but it's just almost like a blur because you're so disappointed in your like emotional feel, like your self-worth.
Sure.
And how you feel about yourself.
Sure.
You just feel like you're nothing.
What did you smell when this was happening?
I was going to say that to you. I forgot to, like earlier, and again, you didn't ask me that because I wasn't thinking about it. I could smell like a very strong, like paint or like almost like a paint, like someone had been painting or like they were around a house that might have had the drywall, almost like it was like a work smell.
Like you're doing this like the drywall. Are you talking about like paint or like the texture smell?
Yeah, like the powder of the drywall. You know how like you sand,
sure.
And it has like that smell. Like I could smell that part on them, but I feel like at one point I thought I smelled alcohol.
Okay. And you said that your ex, Harley's dad, did drywall. So the drywall smell is something that you would be familiar with?
He would have did it a while ago.
Sure.
But I know like in our home and things like that, I'm pretty, I don't want to say like know a lot about drywall, but just from being around the work sites growing up, I think with him, I was young when I was with him. I remember a lot about, like drywall in general. So
sure.
I don't know if it's specifically drywall. It's more of like a sandpaper-ish type smell.
Okay.
Like
did you smell anything else? You said you smelled alcohol.
At one point, I remember smelling like not like a deep, strong alcohol smell, but I could have like a sense of alcohol, like a breath of it.
Sure.
Come up like aroma.
Okay.
And it kind of was like I don't know, like almost like a foodish, like a salsa type smell. I remember at one point.
Okay.
Like you kind of like you walk into a restaurant and it smells like some fresh tomatoes and that.
Okay. What do you remember feeling on your back?
Just a couple of days before this, I have been having like a lot of lower back pains like already. So it took that like pain away. And it was almost like it was just like, because I'm getting pushed back, but I'm straining. So it was almost like I felt a little bit of nerve, but I didn't feel it. Like I didn't have any, hey, there's the back pain. Oh, back to this. It wasn't like that. I knew that there was nerve being shifted or, changed in some direction.
Okay.
That it was floor. Kind of hard on the floor.
And just remind me, you went upstairs and told Lena to go away, basically, to keep her safe. And then you came back down, and that was when he had Gannon, or he had Gannon before you did that?
You mean?
Like when you said that he had his arm wrapped around?
Right. So once he had him, once I came back, because once I got up and whatever, there was the ring. Remember I told you about the motion and things. So he grabbed him then. He had him still when I came down, but
You grabbed him then?
right. Remember the ring is what triggered because there was the first ring that wasn't there wasn't anybody on the ring or there was no one there because I think I went up and down, or maybe I don't remember if I went up one time and down or up one time twice. I don't remember exactly, but I remember there was two alerts.
Sure.
Or two triggers to the door.
Okay.
You know, and I was like, yeah, so two triggers. I feel maybe it was two times because the first time there was nobody there.
Okay.
There was no. Something must have set it off. Yeah. So and then there was Lena was the next trigger.
Okay.
But I knew the next one was Lena because I knew the timing always perfect, and you can hear from our house when the bus hits its brakes.
Okay.
So I didn't have to go look at an app or anything with that because I knew that, you know, the timing was just the same as normal.
Okay.
You know, that you can hear this is right there. You can hear, you know, kids are on the way, like that type of thing. And
sure,
I knew it was Lena, and that was my first thing I open up, I let Lena in, you know, I had a conversation with her just like it was a normal day. But then that's when because I didn't want to be like, here, go. I did quickly say, here, go, whatever. But I wanted to not just open the door and be like, here, go right now.
Okay.
Like, I had to at least make a 30-second, 1 minute, you know, maybe I'm exaggerating 1 minute, but 30-second dialogue of here, I need you to go get the milk.
Okay.
Or here, go, you know, Daddy said go ride your bike, or
sure,
that type of thing. Because later on, you know, I knew she was going to have to eat snack at some point, and I figured just that later on she was eating. I figured out another time she eat snack. I was worried about getting her like out and about that time.
When
I'm sorry, I should have given her a note. I should have given her a note.
We don't. You know, we don't need to go into like what you should have done or shouldn't have done or anything else like that. You know, things are never perfect, and we can beat ourselves up for 100 years about things we should have done. Right. Okay. So that's not. I'm not here to judge you or anything else like that. I'm here to understand what happened and try and gather as much as we can so that we can help you and we can help find Gannon. Okay. When the attack was going on downstairs, you said you got hit? Your head got hit a couple of times. Were you hit anywhere else?
Are you asking like about like punch or like?
Were you punched, slapped, kicked?
I don't remember. I don't remember being hit anywhere else.
Okay. Do you have any injuries?
I don't have like any specific injuries here because I was grabbing like this, like.
Okay.
Like pushing up. Most of it was just like head, I don't know if they trauma, but head force on my head, and then the nerve in my maybe spine. That part.
Okay. And then
I did like have like a little like this that little part like right there was like bleeding.
Okay.
And then my nails, I know they look crazy now, but they were, and then of course that was the burn mark, so that was the. You know, so my nails were like that because when I get nervous, you know, like I bite my nails or whatever. So, but that would have been from me.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you go upstairs, tell Lena to go, and then you go back downstairs.
Right.
And he still has Gannon. What happens next?
So he still has Gannon. Hold on. Can I like be kind of try to
do what you need to do.
So like he was the first time my body, and then he has Gannon, and I don't want to make sure he's not hurt, so I go upstairs, come back down. Oh, that's when he was asking. Well, he wasn't asking me. He was demanding different things. You know, he was demanding like. I probably didn't tell you that earlier, but I do remember that now.
Okay.
He was like demanding things from me. He was demanding me that I was not to say anything, that there would be consequences. He didn't say the word, there would be consequences, but it was in a a louder tone or direction of saying.
What exactly did he say?
I don't remember exactly. I just remember there was some sort of, you gotta make sure you don't tell anyone at the door, you know, and I had common sense enough to know if he had Gannon has a gun, that I'm not gonna make a stupid decision. So coming back down, at that point in time, I remember being like, I don't remember if I was necessarily pleading or asking. Gannon was saying help. I didn't have a weapon. I couldn't just go grab and hurt him. So somehow, I don't remember exactly what, we end up being in it again. Being in a commotion again. And that's the second time that he was attempting to try. And that's when I kind of went completely a blackout. And I don't remember, you know, I remember I told you he was demanding different things. And I gave him a brown suitcase. I gave him a box that was in the room. He asked me, he demanded the brown suitcase. Well, he didn't demand the brown one, he demanded a suitcase. And I just gave him the brown suitcase.
Okay.
And in my mind, I didn't know.
Can you describe the suitcase for me?
I don't remember. I just remember we have like 10.
Okay.
I just remember the brown.
Is it like a check bag, a carry-on bag?
Yeah, maybe like 27 inches, maybe.
Okay. So it's like one you would check, not one you carry on.
You can't check 27. You can only check 20, 21. So
checked is the ones that like you give to them.
Right. That it can't be over 21. Spinners or whatever can't be over 20. It has to be over 21. It doesn't have to be over 21 check, but if it's over 21, it can't be a carry-on.
Right.
So the bigger.
So it was a bigger one?
Yeah. Okay. So like I'd say about 27 inches or inches or whatever. And I thought he was going to put things in our home in it. Like take all of our stuff and like our, anything that needed. I thought he was going to like take the gun.
What did he do with it?
And take, I don't know. I provided what he asked for or demanded, and then we got into it again because there was yelling, and I don't remember what we were yelling about, but it was just anything I could do. If I give you this, take everything, and we just whatever, and.
Okay. And you said that he wanted a box.
Yeah, that was one of the things that I'm trying to remember all of it. And that's why I said I thought he was going to pack our, like, whatever there was in our home. Originally, I didn't think that he was in our home to take, remember I told you I didn't think he was in our home to take something because he was a gun. But at that point, I thought he was going to, like, clean us out with, or I say clean us out, take whatever he could.
Like steal things.
Yeah, like steal things from us because you can, if you're in Lorson Ranch and you're like, oh, I'm going to the airport, but it doesn't look like you're walking out the front door with a TV. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
So that was my mindset of like.
Oh, so you think that he was going to, correct me if I'm wrong, but it sounds like what you're telling me is you thought he was going to take stuff from your house and put it in the suitcase in the box.
Right.
It looked like he was going to the airport.
Yeah,
not like he was stealing.
Yeah, yeah, and I don't want to say specifically the airport, but like it looked like to make it
travel.
Yeah, so like in my mind, I'm just thinking he's about to clean this out, but I don't really care. Take everything.
Sure.
That he wants to take. That was like in my mindset, and then I remember there was like talking or yelling, or I don't remember how we got to part. The second part, but I remember he wasn't able to, And of course, between all that, I mean, I wasn't running around naked. I had to put my pants back on.
Sure.
And and that was a awful feeling. Like, I mean, it wasn't like, I just ran upstairs and I had to, like put myself back together.
What do you mean by put yourself back together?
My pants. Like I couldn't. If I would have showed up at the front door or whatever with Lena or anyone, I mean, I do like walk around in like shorts and all that. But I'm saying like it would have been, and like you say, we're not going to go on what it should have done, but it could have put off alarm to this is what you need or whatever. But this is my daughter. Is it okay if I just let her? Uncle wants to. Okay.
Sure. Do you remember? So can you describe the box for me?
Brown box.
Was it like a cardboard box? Yeah, like a wooden box. Yeah, like a metal. Like, did it have stuff in it?
Yeah. No, like there was nothing in it, but it was just a regular like shipping boxes. Like that's why I mean that makes common sense of I'm putting stuff in there, and but he could have easily have gotten that himself, but he would have had to have let him again and go. But that that was his way to have control of the situation.
Sure. And where was that box at before you got it?
In our storage room.
Okay.
Yeah.
And is that where the suitcase was as well, or?
Yeah, I got the suitcase and the box, and I was saying things because I did think he was going to rob us. Like I say, like take all of our stuff, and I started out with being like, upset about being robbed, and then it was like take anything you want.
Mm-hmm. That sounds really scary.
Yeah, it definitely is. Because in my mind, I'm like, but I knew if I am given into the situation, then I can get what like what I would expect the result out of it, which would have been that everybody would have been safe, and he's going to get what he wants. And your intention was he saw someone that he wanted to take advantage of.
So you give him the stuff. There's another altercation, and you said he couldn't, and you kind of trailed off.
Yeah, like he couldn't at that point in time like take my pants back off. Was it like the first time? Okay. Because I was more of in a like lackadaisical thing at that point. Because once we were when I hit my head the next time on the thing, I think that hit some sort of spot that I don't really remember after that. Like,
where was Gannon when that?
I don't really remember after that. That's where it kind of was. Everything from then was a blur, and so it was me telling you that was like, what do you mean you don't know what happened after that? And no one's going to understand that unless they're there in that moment. That I don't remember.
That's not what I'm saying at all. I have to ask the questions, right? Because if I don't ask the questions, then somebody later is going to be like, well, what happened? What happened next? Where was he? And I can't say, well, I didn't ask, right? Like I have to ask the question.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I wasn't. Yeah. I was just saying, like in general, not specifically.
Right. So if I ask a question, I'm not trying to make you feel bad or anything else like that. I'm just trying to understand and make sure that we cover everything.
Right.
Okay. So you say that you hit your head again. You kind of don't know what happened next. Do you remember, or I guess, can you tell me how this ended?
I just remember being out of it, but I could also in my mind, I could hear, loud banging, but I don't remember. I couldn't see, what was going on or anything like that. I just almost like I could hear a little bit of a struggle, but I don't know what was going on.
Okay.
And that for me is hard because I need to know, and I hope that it's dreams. I'm like, maybe I'll dream and remember what was going on, or maybe I'll have a recollection later of, oh yeah, I remember this, but I clearly have been pounding my brain to give it to you about exactly what was happening.
Sure.
At that.
Sure.
At that point in time.
What's the first thing you remember after this incident, after the attack, the second attack? I just remember being like, where's Gannon? And I was freaking out because I didn't know where he was at. Okay. And I didn't see anything that would have told me. And I thought he was hiding. Okay. Like I thought maybe he was in the closet or, somewhere hiding so that he knew, like he would be okay, like away or whatever. I thought he was hiding. Okay. What was the first thing you did after this happened? I was calling his name because I did think he was hiding. Okay. And at that point in time, once I realized that he wasn't hiding, I went into that mode of like, okay, I'm fix this. Help me understand how you understood that he wasn't hiding. Well, because if I am saying to him that I assumed that everything was, I didn't see the guy in my sight. I'm assuming that he was hiding, like in my mind. So like I didn't see the guy, so I'm assuming he's hiding. So then I'm asking him, like Gannon, where are you? Gannon, I'm assuming he's hiding. So then I'm asking him, like Gannon, where are you? Gannon, thought maybe he was in the closet or somewhere hiding, so that he knew, like he would be okay, like away or whatever. I thought he was hiding. Okay. What was the first thing you did after this happened? I was calling his name because I did think he was hiding. Okay. And at that point in time, once I realized that he wasn't hiding, I went into that mode of like, okay, I'm fixed. Help me understand how you understood that he wasn't hiding. Well, because if I am saying to him that I assumed that everything was, I didn't see the guy in my sight. I'm assuming that he was hiding, like in my mind. So like I didn't see the guy, so I'm assuming he's hiding. So then I'm asking him, like Gannon, where are you? Gannon, where are you? Okay. So then when I realized Gannon would come out, or again, I can't say we do different things at different times, but if Gannon thought it was safe, he'd come out. So then, in my mind, to be honest with you, when I said I'm gonna fix this, I thought Gannon was still hiding. So when the detective searched the home, I really was hoping that's what was going to happen, and he had been scared to come out because he didn't know if it was safe. Or maybe if he was had hit his head or something after what I don't remember, but he could have been, hiding and maybe got, I don't know. I don't want to make assumption of how he could have maybe not been aware or alert. My thought process was when the guy said he was going to search the house that I was going to find him, we'd find him, that's when it really set in that, but I didn't know where Gannon was at.
Has Gannon ever hid in the house before?
Not that I'm aware of. I mean, they play little back and forth of hide behind the sofa or boo, but it's only a little bit of time. But but we don't have a violence of him seeing another man hurting someone. So I would think in that moment he would have been hiding. Okay. But he wasn't, prone to be I'm going to hide out. But his personality is very mellow in actually getting along with people and that type of thing. So
yeah, I think that somebody talked to the school and they had said that he was pretty laid back and quiet.
Right, and that would have been, my thought. Again, Gannon was on his medicine. Mm-hmm. So he has a different, the way he acts is differently than when he isn't. Sure. So he would be a more hyper, so that's why I would have expected, that he would have come right out. So on his medicine, he'd been zoned out, knew how to make decisions correctly, because he would have been, he's just like that. When he takes it,
give it to him. He can't do any schoolwork like he has medicine.
Okay.
Like, I mean, reading off everywhere. So my mind was thinking he didn't take his medicine, you know, so.
What's his behavior like when he doesn't take his medicine?
It's not bad. Like, it used to be where you couldn't get him to focus on anything.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if he went to church, he could not sit in church without electronics. And I know that might have been a little bit willful, but it was, he needed something to have that attention. But for ADHD, he needed something to have that on. So without his medicine, he could, and like on the hike, he might run way up there, and then we take up, you know, because like that much energy.
Okay. And is that what it was like on Sunday?
You mean at the hike? Yeah. It was like he had the burst of energy, but then his stomach was, when his stomach got hurt, I mean, he didn't see that.
Mm-hmm.
That's when he took more of he was able to control it because he was focusing on his obsessions on cleaning his body.
Okay.
Because, I mean, imagine like walking around.
Sure. That would be uncomfortable for pretty much anybody, I think. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
What happened to the gun?
So the gun, this is how I knew. I didn't know in the time that the gun was out. I didn't know in the time ago. I just assumed with the black colors that it was.
Mm-hmm.
You know. So remember I said that I put the stuff back in the closet. I put everything back the way it was because obviously at that time I had told them what had happened because I was in that mentality of I'm going to fix it. So I put everything back in the position that it was, and he did not take the gun. Where he couldn't have because the gun when I left it would have been upstairs. But I didn't bring it downstairs, but that was our gun. So that's how I knew for a fact that he had to have our gun, or either he had it in the process of stealing it and somehow it fell and he maybe had another gun. I'm not sure about that part, but I do know that I put it back in it.
So where did you find your gun?
Correct. My gun or
after it was over, and you said you were putting everything back where it belonged.
Yeah.
Where was it whenever you found it to put it away?
So, like at the carpet, because the carpet roll piece had like fallen off, so it was at the carpet.
Okay. And you said the carpet was kind of
like leaned
in, but kind of had fell over coming out of that storage area.
Right. So it was like, I want to say it was in like pieces. I want to say it was
the carpet or the gun?
No. I want to say that the carpet had like not necessarily multiple pieces, but I remember like maybe different directions. I don't remember, but I feel like I saw different directions.
Okay.
But yeah, it had fallen over, but the gun was there. I didn't see where Gannon was at. That's why I assumed in the situation that he was hiding.
Okay.
I didn't think that there was a concern, you know, at the time that, you know.
Okay. Describe for me what Gannon's room looks like after this happened.
I just remember putting things back together. Like, I say back together, but like, I remember I had already like straightened out his room from before, because when he had the like burns and stuff. And I do remember Gannon was, I do remember Gannon was bleeding. And I think from the hospital could have been something with his arm.
Okay.
But I do remember he was, like, he did have, like, blood and stuff like that. I do remember at some point that he was bleeding. I want to say, I remember he was not necessarily on me. I feel like at some point in that, and it might have, when the first time he might have, like, landed on me, or somehow I was, like, holding him, not necessarily holding him, but I feel like he was there.
Okay.
So I had that, like knew he was here, but yet I was still, taken advantage of.
Okay.
And so yeah, back to what you said about the ring. So I put like everything, back in its order. I want to say that it might have been 15 minutes or 20 minutes. I don't know. It would have had to been till it probably would have gotten off at 4:30. It might have even been, sorry, it might have even been a little bit longer that I remember being out of it. And the reason why is just the time frame.
Okay. And this all happened on Monday, right?
Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that I had it all right. So you put this stuff back together. You found the gun on the floor next to the carpet that had fallen over. Where did you put the gun?
I took everything and put it back because when I had to tell, like, Albert, that was the first question that he asked was, like, where are all the guns? Are they all here? That type of thing. So I put them all back together.
Okay. And I don't live in your house, so I don't know where it all back together is. So where are the guns typically stored?
Either in that shelf that I was telling you about.
The silver one?
Right. Or in the closet.
Okay. And so
I put the other guns were never, like, had never been touched until you guys.
I haven't seen you.
Well, you're the person.
Okay.
So they were already in the closet, but the handguns usually are in different sections, which would be accessible in case of emergency. You don't need the shotguns to be that, that accessible. So I put my handgun was already in its place.
Your teal one?
My handgun was already like in its place completely. I mean, I don't know if it was in the exact same location, but my handgun was present.
Okay. Where was it at?
In what you just told me.
Council approach for a minute.
Okay, we're judge just called a little break. We're gonna keep this view up right now, just so we don't hear judges talking to them. Letecia still has her head down. She's been writing and reading. Right now, she's
ladies
watching
and gentlemen, we're going to take about a 10-minute recess. So if I can have all of you head back to the jury room, we'll be back in 10 minutes. Don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. With that, all rise for the jury, please.
I don't think this is our regular break. The fact that it's only a 10-minute break seems shorter than the breaks the judge normally does. There might be... It's like the judge is trying to do something right now. I'm not sure what it is. Let's see. There might be some work that needs to be done here outside the presence of the jury. Or maybe the judge himself just has the judge stepped out. The cameras are off. That's 10 minutes is a short break. Ooh, hot mic. The judge left the mics on. I'm going to crank the volume up.
Sorry. I'm blind.
We only got.
Oh, I didn't tell you about the situation yesterday. So I'm watching it.
I know, it was funny. Timing was perfect. It was
but I was doing it for you.
No, I just, and then he stood up, so I'm like, oh, there you are. That was funny. I needed some humor.
Yeah.
Some humor.
Like, how do you... And then, so I was like, I would say I bouncing back to the 5. I got to see they had to your back. I got in the station they were like, yep. And I thought,
Okay, so what we're hearing is just the attorneys. We're not hearing Letecia's voice. We're hearing the female attorney, as well as some of the other assistant DAs, just talking things over. They're not talking about anything really juicy.
That's why I read it. I don't know if I did.
This is DMARC. This is not something that's not allowed to be broadcast. This literally is happening in public with the gallery right there. This is all able to be heard by reporters, any members of the public. This is not like listening in on a judge's conversation, which we were instructed not to do. We have not done that. So this is like hearing a conversation in a public lobby, is what we're hearing. I'm falling asleep better than rainforest sounds. This story is just passing up brain bleach. Chandra, this story has just been amazing in how unbelievable it is. Like literally unbelievable. Maybe the judge needed a break. Right, this is not chambers or sidebar. The judge does not have a portable mic on. This is the lawyers sitting there chatting with people either in the gallery or amongst themselves about unrelated issues, just on a break. Okay, we're going to switch over to this feed while we just wait for the judge to come back. I'm going to keep the audio on, so in case something happens, we'll hear it. Has anyone reported on the jurors' reactions? Kaylee, we've had some people who have been in court have told us a little bit about the jurors. We have the benefit in this trial of the jurors being able to ask questions, and that really helps us understand what the jurors are thinking, what's going through their mind, and so that's been beneficial that way as well. They're definitely paying attention. I think they're involved, they're committed, they're listening. Do you know what date she went out and moved Gannon's body? I think was that the 31st? I don't remember. Was it 4 days later? I'll have to look at the timeline. We'll look at that Friday morning. We'll look at the timeline as to what happened there. Honestly, what have we really heard today? Okay, I'm going to turn this down just a little bit because it's not pertinent. She did not plead guilty. She pled not guilty by reason of insanity, which is in a way saying I did it, but I'm not accountable for it. So they still have to prove her guilt and then also prove that she's not insane. This audio is awful. I've got to turn it off. It's just so much white noise you can barely hear anything. What are we doing tomorrow? Probably going to cover what's happened to the Lori Vallow case up to this point. They just had a development today that they took a break because a family member of one of the attorneys, I believe, passed away. So they might have a break until Tuesday. So we'll probably cover what happened up until that point and maybe look at some of the other things that are going on in the world of true crime right now. Let's see. Today we've learned that intruders demand empty suitcases and boxes. Bay, I think there was a box also. I think some of the material that she took out of Gannon's room didn't fit in the suitcase, and so it was put in a box, and that box probably was never recovered. So those are the two things. That's the bit of truth in her story. Let's see, she spoke fluently for 5 hours to the detectives. Can an insane person do that? Nope. Yeah, it's not a water cooler moment at all. Okay. Got the audio turned back on, but I think the mics are finally off. How's the progress of cutting concrete? Tony, I don't know. I have to go out and check. They've stopped cutting, so either they ran out of mixed gas because it needs to be oil and gas mixed for the concrete cutter. It's a handheld, it's like a chainsaw, big saw. It's either that or maybe something broke. They might be done, but I don't think so. Still chuckling about you saying her batteries ran out. Someone needs to wind her up. Did she say she wrapped his burns? Yes or no? And did they find the wraps? I would say no and no on both of those, June. Every time she talks about the burns, she says, I didn't think they were very bad. I decided I wasn't going to take him to the doctor. Maybe I should have, but we were just going to treat it at home type thing. And unfortunately, there was nothing they were able to recover from his remains that would indicate the severity of the burns. in the autopsy or in the suitcase. I can hear my kids rolling my old office chair back and forth in the hall behind me, so you might hear that as well. Part of the box was likely what was found at the first site. She hid the suitcase and she left it there with Gannon's blood on it. I think, Kathy, there they found a board. They found a piece of a plywood board that had been in the garage and had Gannon's blood on it. So the box, I'm not sure if that was inside the box or what, but that was still left there. That's what they recovered when they searched that area. Her batteries didn't wind out. She was looking for more Hot Pockets, says Mike. Thanks, Mike. I feel like this, listening to Alex Murdaugh, a grain of truth is in a spun web of lies. It's possible that Gannon came in and caught her with someone. Don, I don't think so. I don't think so because the cameras, none of the neighbors' cameras caught anyone going in or leaving, ever. Except for people who lived in the house. And they did catch pretty much everything that happened on that street. So I don't think that's what occurred. It may have occurred on another day. I don't know. But the day that Gannon died, there's no evidence of that. They played on softball teams. Yes, Katie, I think if you pay attention, you'll notice she's wearing the jersey number 12. I think that's her softball team jersey that she's wearing. It's not a 3/4 sleeve. It's a tee. But I think that's, if I had to guess, I think that's what she's wearing right there. She moved Gannon's body to the woods the night before this interview. Let's see. She gives me a headache. Johnny, I think all of us have a headache from this. I don't know where she met Gail. Sorry about that. Your mic is good. No sounds heard in the background. Thanks, Five Feathers, Mama. I can hear it. I'm muting as I have loud cars go by with their booming stereos that shake. The glass in the windows. This is from a 1915 house, and I have original glass. It's got like the little wavy, everything in it. The little hand blown glass in the windows, and it just rattles to these stereos.
Cute.
Here we go.
Sorry
We're
for
back.
the interruption. We have we need to wait just 1 minute, I think, for one of the jurors.
Waiting for the camera to come back here. Thanks, bud. I think the judge did get a haircut. Let's zoom in and take a look.
Let's go ahead and bring the jury back in.
Looks pretty good. Looks
I
like
know. In that direction.
I know.
Trimmed up a bit.
You started here.
Yeah,
Came to me.
yeah, I'm sure it's tape. Is it?
I'm sure.
Oh yeah, she's.
I'm on the recovery. Dude.
It's not as bad during the day.
The attorneys are just talking to each other. This one on the left with the darker suit is on the what I would call the winning side right now.
Too. That was my word. Yeah. I felt awful the night before. I was like, "Are you freaking kidding?"
I don't even know. It's done on the tape, guys.
I felt pretty bad. No.
All rise for the jury, please.
Yeah, I would have too. Except for it makes you feel kind of screwy.
Letecia's not standing for the jury, which she should be doing. I think this is the second time she has not stood for the jury.
Thank you. May all be seated. Court will recall CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record to reflect the jury is present back in the courtroom. Sorry for the interruption, ladies and gentlemen. That was an emergency I had to deal with unrelated to this case. With that, go ahead and start with the words.
And then just as far as timing goes, Judge, do you want us to just play it right up till 5 and then?
About 5 till.
5 till, okay.
So we're not quite going to finish this,
Yeah.
I think.
So everything was already there. I say gun. When I tell you put the guns back in their place, there wasn't multiple out in different places. I just want to make sure you know that it was. Sure. It was. I put that gun back with it partner gun.
Okay.
To make sure it was in the same position.
So you put the black handgun into the silver armoire thing, chest thing, with your teal handgun.
Right, in the same chest.
Okay. And have they been moved since then?
Well, Albert took them.
Albert took both of them?
Mm-hmm. He made me give him mine too.
When was that?
Today.
Today?
Yeah. So like he took all of them when you guys, I guess you guys, I'm sorry, when in your department, I guess they went through my closet or whatever.
Okay.
They still left the guns in the closet, but they weren't in the same place that they were.
Sure.
And so Albert took all them too because he was like, "Oh, well, I don't want you to harm yourself," and things like that. He was saying those things to me, so he took them all and made me give him mine as well.
And that was today?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have a history of trying to harm yourself?
No. Say things like, he tried to say something about, like, I'll grab a knife. It's not true. I do not do that. Like, I have never done anything like that in my entire life. Never have received any kind of counseling for anything prior to anything like that, disturbing, nothing like that. So there would be no, like reason. And right there in the beginning, that mental health thing, I've always tried to put a blocker up because I know that, things in your life can cause those problems. And I just I never did anything like that. Like, I might be like, 'cause I was raised in the country, so it might be like someone says something, I'm back to playing something like, you watch out, like that type.
Sure, yeah.
But not anything that would have been like, I'm going to cut myself and harm myself. He was, like in his military mode, protection mode. And,
well, he cares about you. That's good, right?
He wanted to just take everything away.
Okay.
From there, so.
Okay.
He was like, I don't want you to hurt yourself. And I was like, what?
Okay. So I just want to kind of like sum up what I think about, or what I kind of know generally about what happened on Monday. Okay. So Albert didn't go to school that day, or not Albert. I apologize. Gannon didn't go to school that day because he was not feeling well and because you guys wanted to get the carpet fixed.
Right.
You went to the Newville area and you met Eduardo. And you arranged for him to come over to your house while you were gone to work on replacing that piece of carpet for you.
You said come over to my house while I was going to work on replacing that carpet?
Yeah. You gave him the garage code and stuff so he could come in and
But she said I was gone when replacing the carpet. I was on shopping while he was
gonna do the carpet.
Okay, I got you. I thought you said it. I was making sure you hadn't twisted the way I said it.
And that's exactly right. I want to make sure that nothing's twisted.
Yeah.
Okay. So you were gonna go to Petco, do some running.
I didn't set out to go Petco. I set out to go shopping to get dogs some new.
Yeah.
Just happened to be Petco.
Yeah. So you were gonna go do some shopping, and he was gonna go fix the carpet. Okay. You left the house around 10:30-ish, 10:30-ish, and then you go. At some point you got gas. You went to Petco twice.
And I said Starbucks earlier, but it was actually Dunkin' Donuts.
Okay. Coffee? Yeah. Dunkin' Donuts, maybe? Okay. And then you get home about 2:30? 2:30? You come in, and you said you wanted to listen to your music and work out?
Yeah, I was in the kind of like donut mode, not in the remembering, oh my gosh, it's going to fix something.
Okay. And then sometime between that 2:30 or after you got home at that 2:30 time frame, you were getting your headphones, putting your headphones on, music, zone out, whatever else you thought you heard something. You went downstairs, and that was when this attack happened. And then what time does Lena come home from the school bus?
It depends. They change the school hours. It could be anywhere between 3:15 and 3:30.
Okay.
Depending on.
So 3:15, 3:30 is the typical time Lena comes home. You don't want her to be in danger, so you send her out to go ride her bike and check the mail. And you go back down. Another altercation happens, and whenever the next thing you remember is that you kind of come to and Gannon is missing.
Right.
Okay. So, and that was probably like around 4 o'clock? Rough estimate.
Yeah, because it would have been, or it could have been 4:30. It would have, but it wouldn't have been after 4:45, because let's see, Hollywood took 30 minutes to get home, so she hadn't got home. Lena was still riding the bike or out and about. Yeah, it had to be 4-ish.
Okay.
4:15, no later, like I said, than 4:45, because that would have been, probably would have been already like on her way home.
I think I have a pretty good idea.
I'm pretty sure that was exactly right.
Okay.
Because I think I told, yeah, because then I sent Harley and Lena to Dot Tree. Yeah. Yeah, so Harley would have a drug Lena.
What is the, you have an alarm on your house?
Mm-hmm.
What company do you use for that?
ADT.
ADT? Okay, let's write that down. And you have the same, is the passcode for the ADT stuff the same as like your garage door code and stuff like that, or?
Like, you mean like the login?
Like when you go in to disarm the...
Oh, yeah. No. It's different because the alarm is Gannon's birthday.
Gannon's birthday?
Yeah.
Okay. 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 I'm gonna take a break. You need to use the restroom?
No, but I really need to, I haven't showered and haven't eaten, and I'm just getting tired.
Okay.
So.
Okay.
Hot Pockets.
All right. And we had talked earlier about whether or not it would be able to take action at this point as far as like gathering evidence and stuff like that, with whether it had been too long, and I told you that it wasn't. Is it something that you're willing to do?
Yes, definitely. I would do anything for you to figure out who Eduardo is and make sure that.
Okay. And it's perfect that
I found you to say that, make sure that I could just like.
Okay. What pants were you wearing when all this happened?
There was a set of like clothing, and I had like washed the stuff like you guys. Yeah, sure. People
I get it.
had taken some of the stuff out or whatever, but I put it with all the stuff that like I had washed and stuff like that. I don't remember if it was the black and purple or the black and blue, but it was like sporting athletic things. They were on my chair when I went home last night.
Were they like leggings or joggers or?
Yeah, they were like kind of like this.
Like
yeah. Well, but more of the nylon-ish material.
Okay. So they were like black and maybe purple or blue.
Yeah, it was one that I wear like a lot of Nike and stuff like that. It was one of those.
Okay. And you didn't give him the alarm code, right? You just gave him the garage code.
Yeah, because you don't have to have like the alarm code to come in the house.
Okay.
You have to have, and that's assuming that I even set the alarm. I mean, I may or may have not. I mean, typically I try to, log into my phone and do it if I forget. That's just assuming if I had, whether I had or not set the alarm, but I'm pretty positive. I don't say positive. I'm almost certain that I had set the alarm.
Sure.
But it doesn't have a sensor on the door. Like
Are you able to see if you log into your alarm account whether or not it was alarmed at that time?
Yeah, that's what I was trying to show you, but I couldn't serve it.
Okay. You might need to like plug into the Wi-Fi or something like that.
Yeah.
To do that. And there's open Wi-Fi. It's like EPC. Yeah. It doesn't require a password or anything. Okay. If you want to do that, can you use the restroom or anything like that?
No, I'm actually, I mean, am I like free to leave or?
We're not holding you here. we'd like to get you over to the hospital for that.
I would totally do that, but I really am. I just want to get some food and take a minute, and I can drive myself to the hospital. I don't want to feel like I'm some, person they're going to look at differently because I am showing up with, decent people, and that's why I asked you where the secret, like where people would know, because I understand you have a goal and a purpose, and that is our common purpose to have done here.
Mm-hmm.
But I also am thinking about how emotionally.
Yeah, and I get that. And so I will tell you that if we drive you over there, we don't go in the front. We go in a back way. So you wouldn't be seen by the general public or anything like that. And obviously we're not in like uniforms. Everything is concealed, all that other stuff. So it's not like we walk in with a scarlet letter or anything else like that. So, okay. Let me go check on a couple of things really quick, and then we'll be right back. Okay?
Okay, you said I was free to go.
Are you wanting to leave right now?
I'm really hungry. I'm thirsty. Look at my lips. They're chapped.
Okay.
They're like really bad.
Okay.
I mean, you guys know it's not like I don't answer or talk to you or anything like that.
Okay.
I've kept open communication with you.
Okay. Can you give me just a few minutes to just check to make sure that I've covered everything that I need to cover, and then I'll come back in?
She said that I would be able to go. Like, she didn't say I would be. Like, I mean, I'm sure I've been here hours, and she said specifically that I would be able to go.
And I'm not saying that you can't. I'm asking if you can give me a few minutes.
I think if you can just call me, or I mean, I still have like, I have to maintain my mental health in this whole situation, and that's very important.
Mm-hmm.
And I just want to go. My lips are burning, and I want to take a shower. I mean, look at my fingers and all those things.
All right. So it would be better to get the forensic exam done
over there, like
before you take a shower.
Not like things. I'm not doing like as in stage and things like that. I'm not doing that. I haven't showered in 2 days. I like that. That's disgusting. I'm not doing that. But I will gladly go.
Well, I mean, so you're saying you want to go take a shower before you go get the thing done?
I didn't say I was going to go take a shower. I said I need some time to just rest. I'm exhausted. I want to take a shower. My hair is nasty, and I'm not going over there like dirty, smelly for someone to.
But you realize that's how we gather evidence, right? So if you go take a shower right now, and I understand that you're like uncomfortable, right? And that you want to take a shower,
right?
And so that's why I would like to get you over to the hospital to get the exam done.
Okay, well, then I'm driving myself there because I'm not getting escorted to an exam when I'm already going through a difficult time with having someone violate my body to whether you go in the front or the back. I mean, am I not allowed to take myself there?
I didn't say that at all. I'm trying to figure out, and I'm trying to impress upon you, like, if you go take a shower, then you wash away the evidence.
I know, I understand. I just said.
And you said you weren't going to go over there while you're.
Yeah, I don't want to get dirty. I can at least go freshen up or something. Like I'm.
Okay. All right. I'll be right back.
Okay, so can you tell me how to leave?
Please. I have to go over here. Let me get somebody to escort you out.
Okay.
Okay, so right now, I believe at this point in the investigation, they are scrambling to get a warrant.
Oh, hi. Said that I could go.
Well, can you talk to me about what?
Didn't you tell me I could?
I know, but I'm left.
I understand that.
I'm left, and I just want to get the fill in. So I have a couple questions about Sunday, if you're okay filling that in. I know you're tired.
I'm tired. I said that I could. So I just want to take a break. That's all I'm asking for.
Where do you want to?
That means I want to go to rest. Like she said, I could drive myself to the hospital. So I just don't know.
What do we need to go to?
Am I able to just go? I mean, what do you mean? Am I okay?
If I'm hearing about a hospital, I mean, what's going on with that?
They're stalling here.
This is why this is frustrating because I've already given her information that you guys can fully like watch and see, and you can know why I'm going to the hospital because she wants to get DNA, like or to have your body checked for right. Were you touched for the posting? When did that happen? It happened on Monday. On Monday? What? I can't right now. I'll go through it again. I can't. Okay.
So let me make sure that we've got everything lined up for a stain exam. That's what you're talking about.
Yeah, she's gonna do that, and I'm gonna just take a break. I want to get food. Look at my lips. So chapped. I haven't.
You want some food?
I know.
What do you want to eat?
Okay, she just said I could be escorted out. Okay. And I promise you have my number. I haven't not.
You're done with all that?
I haven't not communicated with you. I have been.
Are you done with that cup?
Nothing, but can I not take it?
You can if you want. I just didn't know if you were done with it. We recycle them too. So okay. Okay. Hang tight for me just real quick. Let me make sure that she doesn't have any other questions because she finished what we just said. I get that. Let me double check with her.
She said I could go. That she
finished up the interview. I don't know. I'm not holding you.
Okay, so can someone lock me out?
You want to go? You want to leave?
I will clearly answer your questions. I just want to take a break. Like I've literally done followed all your.
Where do you want to go for your break?
I want to see my child. I want to get lunch with her.
They're stalling for this warrant.
I'm more than happy to get you lunch or to bring your daughter here or whatever needs to happen. I'm not saying that you can't leave, but I would like to finish up this conversation with you. There's a couple of questions about Sunday that I have, and this is the first time that I'm hearing that you're sexually assaulted.
You go stand right.
That would be, well, you lean towards the door, so open the door. If you would like to have a conversation in the room, we can. It's up to you. But like I said, I missed out on a bunch. So
she didn't miss out on any.
I'm not being able to just go and chill out.
Doing this is in Greece. Where do you want to go?
So am I not allowed to? I'm maybe asking the question.
Well, I'm trying. So I guess our communication isn't the greatest at this point in time. Are you wanting to leave the office to go get something?
Right. Yes. I clearly you have my number. I'm not going to not answer you or anything. I'm going to answer you.
My name's Baseball. How are you? Good. So let me talk to you.
So no, somebody else just came on the scene outside. They're stalling for a warrant. They're stalling for a warrant. If they can get that warrant, then let's see. They're fast forwarding a little bit, or they're rewinding. Let's see. I can't tell which way they're going here on the video. We know that they get a warrant, at least for the buccal swabs, the DNA. Why are they fast forwarding when things are going on in the room? There's clearly conversation occurring there. In and out of the room. She kept her cup. She didn't want to leave anything, whether it was the tissue she was crying or wiping her eyes with or wiping her nose with. The drink can she drank out of, everything is going with her. She's not leaving DNA anywhere. And they're aware of this. They've offered to take it from her. They will take it for DNA if they get it from her. I'm aware there's a police chase, guys. I'm watching that as well. We're going to try to follow this through. We're almost done for the day. And if the police chase is still going, we may flip over to that at the end.
Man, I just want to get directions.
I get. And so once again, we're back in the interview room.
Okay.
We're on camera. Mitch Mahalto, he's been with the investigation section. Okay. So at this point in time, we were just a step outside and tell me if I'm wrong, that you decided that you wish to leave and that there's no problem with that. I asked if...
you didn't ask, you took.
At that point in time, you really phoned me.
You didn't release the phone. You took it.
I took the phone, and I told you that we would be applying for a search warrant.
You said applying.
That's correct.
I'm not going anywhere. I literally just need directions. I mean, I have family numbers in there I don't have.
You're going to be applying for a search warrant. Is that understood?
I'm going to ask you one favor. You let me find out, or you show me something that you can legally take my phone and you don't have a search warrant yet. You show me that. Can you show me that? Can you show me that?
We're being video recorded.
I understand, but can you show me that, sir? Because that feels like that's kind of a little unconstitutional.
And if that's the case, that can be something that you can bring up.
No, that sounds
At this point, we're going to go ahead and hold on to this phone.
okay. Can I use another phone? The phone is attorney? That is unconstitutional.
There are multiple phones here. So
I'm not hiding anything from you. I just want directions. I want to be able to call my family. No, you don't understand. No, you don't. You are doing something that's unconstitutional. You need a warrant have it. Thank you.
So we're going to hold on to this.
But why? You don't even have a warrant yet. I just want directions. I want to get back directions. I don't know. I want to be able to have that call. That's all. That's all I want. That's the call. You can. It's not about the phone or the number. That's the call. So, teacher, at this point.
We've got you for false reporting. At this point, we're going to be held so we can do a search warrant.
Okay, they say we've got you for false reporting. This is going to be held until we get a search warrant.
Okay, so I'm going to hold you here until we get that search.
Now she's being held.
Yes.
So she was getting out. Now they say now she's not free to go. They're holding her here.
Do I have to stay with the door? I mean, I've been shut up in here, ma'am, and I've been nothing but respectful to you. Sure, and I just can I speak to you too? I don't care that you had the phone. You took it out of my hand, and that was very disrespectful. If you would have just asked me for it, I would have given that to you. I would have been sure. But it was the way that you did it. Okay, so that was my thing with you on that. And then all I'm saying is, we'll have to be trapped in a room.
So, Keisha, I understand that, and I hear what you're saying about feeling disrespected about the phone being taken, and that was disrespect. Okay. Right? And I'm sure that, I'm not letting him speak right now, but I'm sure if I did, he would say that he is sorry for making you feel disrespected. That's fine. Okay. At this point, I'm being told that you have to stay, and this is where we have to keep you. Okay? This is going to be the most comfortable environment.
Okay.
Okay? Because, there's a couch and whatever else, or other interview room.
What was he saying? Payload for what now?
The getting search warrant.
We're getting the phone.
For you.
For me, what does me do?
Because you've given us multiple different stories.
Oh, you're talking about the thing you stuck on the neck.
Yep.
Oh, I was like, okay, I got it. I see what you're saying. I got it.
Because at this point, you have evidence potentially on your body.
I got it. Right? I'm sorry. I see what you're saying. Okay. Can I at least go to the bathroom and
no,
wipe off? Nothing. I can't see nothing.
Well, I can tell you that a forensic nurse examiner is constant to. We're not telling you can't go to the bathroom. Okay, what we're telling you is that you can't go into the bathroom.
No, I had to
hold up. And I've offered you the opportunity multiple times to go to the bathroom.
I know, but I wanted to confess.
Okay. So here's the thing, okay?
You can take whatever you want from my body.
Right. We're not saying that you can't go urinate or defecate if that's what you need to do. Okay. What we're telling you that we can't allow to have happen is you go in there and get paper towels and begin wiping possible evidence off of your body.
Do you want to watch me?
We will get back with you and we'll get you to a bathroom here in just a minute.
Okay.
Okay.
So just have a seat for us and we'll be back with you.
You just watch me. What about a older drink or something? I don't know. Hot bagel? Mm-hmm.
Hot bagel?
Okay. So you need a colder bottle of water? Or a Gatorade?
Are you taking my drink? What in the world?
The audio is out of sync with the video here. Not sure why. She's trying to leave right here. She's opening the door to leave.
Am I able to make a phone call? Can I make a phone call? You said I could make the phone.
I told them to do that.
But you said,
We're not asking you questions.
I'm not allowed to make a phone call. I'm not asking you. I have a right to.
Tisha, okay, so things have changed since I made that statement to you.
What?
Okay, and so that is, at this point in time,
I just want to know why.
you're no longer. Please let me explain to you.
I'm sorry.
So things have changed. Initially, you were free to leave.
Right.
And, you could stop answering questions.
Right.
Whenever you wish, et cetera, et cetera. Now, through the course of the investigation, we have reason to believe that you potentially have evidence on your body, and we're applying for a search warrant.
So basically, that's what it was.
You're not
put me there.
free to leave.
I didn't want to be escorted there. Basically, I'm not stupid. I'm very.
We know you are. We know you're very educated. So, and as somebody who's very educated, we're trying to get you to cooperate with it.
So we are going to apply for the search warrant.
I know. I said since you just take me over there.
Here's the thing. Because you've already said that you didn't want us to do that, now we have to go through the process of getting a search warrant because you've already declined that option.
I understand.
So it's going to take a little bit longer. And right now I need you to have a seat on the couch.
But I cannot call him back. I can't call him.
Right now you're being held.
Okay.
So the audio is a couple seconds behind the video. She just can't let it go.
Can you do those questions then while we have the time, or you said something about you had questions? You've already asked for an attorney. No, I was out in the hallway. You said, do I need to call an attorney? I'd like to make a phone call and all that stuff. So here's the thing. I don't want to get into all of that. Any other questions? Because you've already said.
I was saying for attorney to ask them
I know, and the thing is, I do not want it to be misinterpreted in any way, shape, or form.
Right.
Okay? So we're going to hold off right now.
So you're saying you don't have those questions to ask me while we were sitting?
Not at this point in time. Okay? If something changes, I will let you know. Right.
Okay, so we're about to reach meltdown point.
All right. We'll take our evening break. If we can have all of you where you need to be on Friday morning, we should be able to start on time at that point. Again, don't discuss a case among yourself. Don't discuss a case with anyone else. Don't research about any aspect of this case. Enjoy tomorrow. See if you can get some sunshine. And then we'll see you on Friday morning, 9 o'clock. All right, for the very first.
Okay, that's where we're going to end it. So we're going to have the breakdown, on Friday. Letecia might be getting something out of her ear here. Let's see. I'm not sure. Yep, there goes both ears. That's where they go. She took her earplugs out of both ears. You saw it here first.
Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time?
No, Your Honor.
That's it. Okay. All right. As I said, my docket tomorrow is virtual, so you can leave everything here. There's not going to be anybody else here except for myself and Mr. Sproul. So you can leave everything here if you want. It's up to you. If there's something that you want to lock up, let us know. We can put it in the evidence closet.
Thank you, Judge.
And get out of here.
This is the ultimate in the teaser video. We got right up to
All
the
right.
conclusion, and then they say, for the final chapter, returning it tomorrow, and that's it. Video's done. We're out for the day for court. So tomorrow we're going to have the blank. Yes, the earplugs you're seeing, those, I believe she makes them herself out of toilet paper. She gets the toilet paper, I believe, from the restroom, and she keeps it in her shirt. This is my take on this, because we see her reach into her shirt and then pull something out and go to her ears and stick it in her ears. She clearly took both of them out here and put them in the tissue on the desk. So she might have access to tissue on the desk. Maybe that's where she gets it. But my take is that she is creating earplugs for herself to help tune out everything that's happening in court. Police chase is still going. I am looking at it right here. Let's see. Let's share this one with... There is a police chase. I'm just watching. Okay, hold tight, hold tight. All right. You know, I like true crime and I like police chases. So maybe we'll end on that because we've got such a disappointing ending with this. Can't the police hold her for a certain amount of time? I'm interested. Is Matthew Harris or Nicole, if either of you wanted to chime in on this and talk about the legality of this, the very end of this video, the very end where she is initially she's free to go, and then she says I want to go, and then they say wait, things have changed. What is the legality there on that? Let's see. Just let me pull this one up. Bring this over here. Just 1 second here. We'll get the police chase going here in the background as we're talking about this. Here we go. Audio on.
See on this pursuit.
And Rick, we're seeing somebody wave
camera
something
3.
out of the window. What that is, what their intention is, I have no idea. I don't know if they're dropping something out of the window or they're trying to signal the helicopter. And you talked about us not knowing a lot about who's in this vehicle. I'm gonna
turn it off just for a little bit while we talk about the case. We do have we want to wrap up on this case first of all, but there is a chase going on in California right now. All I know about this is a pursuit of a reckless driver in Southern California. While we do this, yes, the chase is still going on. We're with it now. Let's see, what's with all these police chases? They're crazy. That's why. Matthew Harris is on the phone. Let's see if we can get him on the line here. Matthew, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me, Scott?
I can hear you just fine. We're watching a police chase, but we're going to talk a little bit about trial that we just finished up with. Were you able to watch this last little bit of the interrogation or the interview video?
Yeah, I came back in just about the time where the detective came in and she said, all right, I want to leave. And he says, well, you're not free to go right now, even though she was free to go earlier.
Right. So at that point, they seem to be doing a little dance. There was a point, there was probably 2 or 3 minutes in there where there was this conversation where the detectives are sort of blocking the door but not blocking her and wait, I've got a question. Oh, I'm here. I didn't hear that. Can you tell me about that? They're sort of doing this little dance back and forth, clearly stalling, right? They're frantically trying to get a search warrant because the evidence is about to walk out down that hall and may disappear forever. And so I think they were talking and said, we've got enough. We don't want to play that card, right? They don't want to say we're holding you. They're sort of waiting to the last moment to actually arrest her or hold her on charges. But eventually they sort of had to. She forced her hand saying, I want to go, right?
What I didn't catch, and maybe you can fill me in on this, did they tell her that you're now detained? I mean, right there at the very end, because I didn't hear them saying that you're under arrest. I think they said that you're not free to go, which is a detention, but I didn't hear them say you are under arrest.
Right. I didn't hear the word arrest either. I heard the gentleman when he was out in the hall. He said, well, now we are holding you, and I think he said on the charges of filing a false report were his words. Charges, I think, of filing a false report. And so at that point, I think that's where it became, she was no longer free to go. And that point switched. And then they said, go back in. And there was a lot of dance back in the door, and she went back in eventually. But is that enough? Do they have to say you are under arrest for her to be under arrest? Or can they just say, we're holding you? They said they took her phone from her and said, we don't have a warrant yet. Okay. But we're holding it until the warrant comes in. The warrant would allow them to open the phone, right?
You're right, and all of this, from what I saw and heard, and based on what you're telling me that happened that I apparently just now missed, all of this seems legal. This is legit because think of it in context. Let's take her out of this interrogation room for a moment. Let's put her on the side of the road. She was pulled over for speeding, but now they've got the police dog walking around the car and has alerted, and they said, okay, you're not free to go right now because they're still investigating. And so you're allowed, the police, the government can detain you for a reasonable amount of time while they're conducting their investigation. But if they didn't say arrest, I don't know that is harmful to them, because it's not like that they put her in handcuffs right that moment and said, you are now under arrest. She was just being detained. They just said, you're not free to go, just like what happens to millions of Americans on the sides of roads every year.
Yes, they wait for the officer to come back and tell them, all right, here's your ticket or here's your warning or something like that. Okay, so I think there's no rights issue here as far as constitutional rights. She's mad about how it went down. Obviously, she feels tricked, and in a way, she was, but legally, right?
Legally, police officers are allowed to lie to you. They can lie to you on the side of the road, in the interrogation room. Courts have upheld it. I think it's deplorable, personally and professionally, because I've seen how that's been used to twist the facts and sometimes elicit wrongful confessions by them lying, by the police officers lying. However, that's all legal under the case law as it stands right now. And the standard in order to detain someone is that reasonable, articulable suspicion of the commission of a crime. And so they would have had a much more difficult task in order to say that we're detaining you on suspicion of murder. Well, that's a lot harder because they didn't have that evidence at that point. So they went with that lower, easier one of following this false report. Absolutely. That's a cat and mouse game that police play with criminals on a regular basis.
And that false report has to do with the fact that she told a police officer when she had called and said that Gannon was missing. That was the false report they're talking about, not anything she told them today. It's saying, now you're telling us that you lied to an officer. So they had actionable information there to say, now, we're detaining you because of that. Really, that's just an excuse.
Well, and they very well, they had enough at that point because they had the previous call, and now they have her confession to that crime during this interrogation by her saying, I know I told you one thing, now I'm telling you something different. Boom, that's about as much as you need to have that probable cause that a crime has occurred in order to arrest. Because remember, you just need some sort of reasonable, articulable suspicion in order to stop someone, in order to detain them while you investigate. And then if during the investigation it rises to the level of probable cause that a crime has occurred, then they can arrest.
Yeah. It's going to be interesting. I hate that they left us hanging on the cliff, so to speak, about this. Part of me, as I'm sitting here watching this interrogation go down, and I feel the frustration of the investigators because they know they're being lied to, right? But they're at the same time they're just trying to get the information. Part of me would have liked to see the investigator just play with her and say, "Look, I realize this is hard, but just take a stab at it. Just see if you can just hit over the head a little, and I just start using just some things to try to trip her up." Like shot in the dark type thing. Just some words that would trigger like, hey, do they know something they don't know? But at this point, they don't have the evidence, right? They haven't searched the house. They don't know that there's blood on the walls. Pit maneuver. Pit maneuver looks like this one might be coming to an end. Let's see what happens here. Boom. Let's see if that triggered the airbags. And we have a runner. Sorry, Matthew.
He's at the 10, the 20. He's running.
This never ends well. What happens here is you end up arrested and tired.
That's it. Yep. That's exactly how it turns out.
Or worse. Oh my goodness. This could be bad. Running onto the freeways, just never a good idea.
I was always a really good Frogger player growing up. I would not take my chances as an adult, though.
No. Oh my goodness. My heart just crazy. All right. He already looks tired. He's not going to outrun the helicopter. at this point, he's got no options. But see if there are any other questions about the court case, which we're trying to talk about. Is there anything else that stood out to you?
Well, you know, let me point out something that Dreamscape says in chat here. She never stopped talking long enough for the police to even lie to her, and so she was just rambling and rambling and rambling, which was a great tactic by the police of not getting her in her way, not stopping her whenever she was running her mouth.
Yeah, I think the first 20 minutes was the answer to one question. Honestly, she just it was just verbal diarrhea, for lack of a better term, that just went and went and went. But Runner looks like a kid. So
well, everyone has the right to remain silent. Not everyone has the ability.
Yes, and she's probably got less ability than the average person because it's almost like she has to lie. That, whoa, did you just watch that? Did you just see that truck just swerve at him?
I didn't know. No, my live video is stopped here.
Oh man, that was crazy. This chase is crazy, just bizarre. He's reaching for phones or reaching for door handles. He's now jogging the opposite direction of traffic on the freeway.
If you want, if anyone in chat wants some free legal advice, what he's doing here, don't do that.
Yes. Are you comfortable offering that? You know, just
I am. Yes. And if you want to pay for it, I can give you an address to send money to if you want to pay for that advice. But free of charge today.
That is awesome, Matthew. Good friend of the channel. You've given out tons of can koozies. I think close to 100 just in one day. You can, I think you gave them out over on Discord. That's awesome. I've got mine here. I need more water to keep it cool, but, sorry, I'm trying to watch a police chase and to talk to you at the same time. Matthew, thank you so much for calling in. I appreciate it. I won't keep you on the line. I know you've got important lawyering things to do, but,
my pleasure. If I can plug, tomorrow we have a new video dropping over on the MHL channel. It is how Title 4D court is stealing parental rights, and most parents don't even realize it.
This is going to be a hot topic. This is going to be a
very hot topic.
Awesome.
I've seen this come up in so many cases that I said, I've got to do a video on this so that way more parents know how to protect their rights, because they are taking all the rights away from one of the parents, and they usually get them to agree. So I'm going to teach everyone tomorrow how to protect their parental rights.
Awesome. And those videos drops at noon. So if you want to be notified, you can go over here. Anytime you need Matthew's channel, you can type !Matthew in chat when we're live, and it will respond with this link. You can click that link. You want to click the subscribe button and ring the bell. And then Thursdays at noon, I believe, the video drops. Noon Texas time, right? Because everything's Texas time.
I actually did it. I started doing it at 11 o'clock.
All right.
So that the way it was ready at noon your time.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Matthew, thanks so much. We'll watch for that video tomorrow. Look forward to spending some time with you in chat as this case progresses.
Thanks so much. I'll see everybody else in chat.
All right. We'll see you. Bye.
Bye.
All right. So car chase is over.
Vehicles like this are stolen. So
I don't know why that just started working.
Law enforcement.
Oh, that's my phone audio. So yeah, they got the guy. Threat of the dog, I think, was enough to make him stop. It does still take a couple people to hold him down, but now he's just out of breath and in handcuffs. It's pretty much the ending we knew was going to happen. This is how they all tend to end. I don't think he has anything on him. It's very hard to have a gun tucked in your waistband and run at the same time. And so now he gets a free ride back to the big house. Fist bumps there from the officers. Little pat on the back there. And that one's done. Awesome. Okay. About this case, anything else we need to talk about here as we jump back to that? What a good dog, huh? We love the ones that end with a little fur missile. Excited utterance. Super late as usual. You're going to have to watch it on the replay, unfortunately. Brandy. We have to talk about Brandy. I don't have a command yet for her, Rena. I need to get one built. I keep saying I'll do that, and now I need to do it. Brandy, I believe, is going to do a live stream tonight with the audio from the Lori Velo Vallow trial, which is shorter today because of, well, I'll let her tell about it. But I would highly recommend you go over and join her. This is going to be her first live. So please, first of all, be very nice, because if something doesn't work immediately, just know she's brand new and very excited about this. So give her a big thumbs up, give the stream a like, and subscribe and everything. And that would be awesome. No court tomorrow. Debbie, we will be here. So we're going to start at 9 a.m. tomorrow as well, but we will not be covering this trial. The judge has other legal matters he has to attend to every Thursday. So we will not have those to listen to tomorrow. We'll cover some other stuff. Possibly talking about what we learned from Brandy on her channel right there. Let's see. Anything else? So to be clear, they detained her because she first lied about Gannon going to a friend's house. Is that the false report? Yes, Aramis, that is the false report that she filed, saying that Gannon had gone to a friend's house, when in fact she knew that was not the case. And then she admitted to that in their presence, which, even if they didn't know what actually happened, which at this point I don't think they know what's true, they know that she has admitted to lying, and then when you admit to committing a crime, that is enough to be arrested on. And so they've got her in custody for that. They're not going to press charges for that. I don't think you'll ever see her being charged with lying, filing a false report. Instead, they're going to hold her as they can while they get the search warrant for her phone, get the search warrant for the buccal swab so they can get her DNA, and this is the point where she really becomes under a lot of scrutiny, and starts getting monitored closely. All right. He's still alive, coming to you all live from the car wash. Lindsay, we're still live. We're almost done. We're almost out of here. Just going to wrap up for the day and then get ready to go head over to Brandy's stream, because she's going to be live here probably in about an hour or so, I think, which will be great. Let's see. Love to all the mods. The mods are fantastic. Thank you so much, all of them who have been here today and helped out. I believe Brandy's going to be live at 8 p.m. Let me double check her tweet. Let's see. Starting at 7 Central. Yep, 8 Eastern, 7 Central is live. And it's going to be a short follow-up for everything from Lori Vallow today. So I'm super excited about that. And you should be too. All right, where is Matthew Harris located in Texas? Lubbock? Is that right? Matthew, I should know that, but Lubbock for some reason comes to mind. Thank you guys. This has been an amazing day. I'm glad you've been able to sit through this incredible long video with me. Great stuff, and at the same time, I need to wash my ears. I don't know how I can unhear what I've listened to the last 4 hours. We'll be able to watch Brandy later on her own channel. That's going to be over on Brandy Churchwell on YouTube. All right, we're going to end it. We're going to end it today. Thank you very much, everybody. Tonight, when you go home, please hug the people you love, smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better, and please stay safe till we go live again, which will happen tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Hope to see you all here. Thank you so much to all the new subscribers. Thanks to the new members. Thanks to the wonderful mods. Thanks to all the people that support this and make this something that is a dream come true for me. This is the best job in the world, and I'm loving that I get to be here every day with you guys. It would not be the same without you. You guys stay safe. We'll see you in the morning. Thanks.